Okay, dear chess friends, welcome to the live commentary of Women European Chess Championship from Prague, from Hotel Don Giovanni. We have round number 10 today, so we are approaching the end of the tournament. There is only one more round tomorrow. And who is leading the tournament with 7.5 out of 9? Monika Sochko is leading the tournament, and Gunay Mamadzada from Azerbaijan has 7 points. But they are playing with black today. So I think this is the critical moment of the whole tournament because Monika Sochko is playing against Gulnar Mamadova from Azerbaijan and Gunay Mamadzada against Jelena Danielian, the reigning champion. She won the last edition of Women European Championship. So I guess both white players will want to win, of course. Gulnar Mamadova, she would like to help her teammate from Azerbaijan, and also she would like to help herself, of course. And I was informed that there is another bonus entering the Women World Championship cycle. You need to end in first 9 places. There are nine tickets. So yeah, that's another goal for all the top players, and I guess today we will see a very fighting round. Also, I will check the Czech girls. The best Czech girl so far is Tereza Ročtein, playing against Jovana Rapport today. It will be an interesting duel. And with 5 points, we have Julia Movsesian, our top woman, and Natalia Kanyakova also with 5 points. So that's the games we will watch today. Maybe I will do a short recapitulation from yesterday because the key game of the whole round was Ulvia Fatalieva against Monika Sochko. We witnessed a very, very tough fight, and Monika Sochko, she was worse from the beginning, but then she gained the upper hand, and she had a winning end game, and this is a critical moment from yesterday. Well, black could take on a3, and then to take on g3, and after king takes f5, well, there are many ways already, but now she can play h4 or c3. c3 is the best one here. And in this complicated endgame, black has good chances to gain... oh, I'm sorry. After rook takes b4, the cleanest way is to take on e6. Yeah, it's very complicated, actually. But yeah, we talked about this. Destroying the pawn would lead to black's victory. It's also possible to take on g3, but it's not that clear. And in the case white takes on f5 first, then I give a check, and then I take on g3. And after rook takes b5, I can play h4. And there is no perpetual check like in the game. Because what happened in the game was rook takes g3, and then rook f3 check, and rook takes a3, and after rook h3 defending the pawn, there is king d5, and white is able to chase black's king, and after c3 rook b7 they agreed to a draw by threefold repetition. So this was a very tough in-game, and I really admire the defensive skills of Ulvia Fatalieva, because especially the move a3 is actually brilliant. It's a small little move played in 11 minutes. And yeah, one would say that the position is already lost and the computer is showing something like -6 for black. But there are always chances in chess. And she invented a3. The main point is that after b4 and c4, there is no place for black's rook on c5, which is crucial. And she had to go to d3 later on, and we had this very crazy specific situation. Of course, I know black could take on b4 first and then play rook d4. And this in-game is winning, according to the computer, and I guess, yeah, it's not that difficult. But, you know, at least it's a chance. Also, this position is winning for black, but it's not that easy. And I really admire these defensive skills by white. It's a small little nuance when you put obstacles in the way of your opponent, and she gained a draw, which has a big influence on the tournament standings, because Monika Sochko could have won the game, and that would be very good for her and for the overall standings. So, what do we have today? Let's have a look. We will check the round number 10, but as I can see, we do not have the moves yet. Something went wrong. So I will try to refresh and let's see. Anyway, yeah, still we do not have the moves. Something went wrong. That would mean, well, I can talk about the standings and the pairings and everything like that, but without the moves, it would not be long. So I guess we will have a short break. I will try to understand what went wrong. Okay, there is 15 minutes delay of the games due to anti-cheating reasons, so we are not live, but 15 minutes has passed already. We have 15:26, so we should have some moves, but there is apparently a slight issue, and I will try to understand what is the issue, and I will be back, I hope, pretty soon. So, see you soon. Okay, I am back shortly just to inform you. As you can see, the games are on. You can see the girls playing, but we do not have the moves on Chess24, sadly, and we need them for live commentary, of course. So we will fix the issue as soon as possible, and I will be back. So far, you can see the girls playing. Okay, guys, sorry for the delay, but welcome back. I'm here with the round number 10 of Women European Chess Championship 2002. We had some trouble with the connection to Chess 24. We had the moves all the time on our side, but now we see them. We see them online also uh, in our broadcast. So that's great, and we can start today's commentary. So we see already the opening of the games, which is actually quite interesting. So let's go through the games. The first board is the duel between Gulnara Mamadova and Monika Sochko. And they are playing French defense. I also play French, so I'm quite happy. But this variation is actually new to me. It was knight c3 line. And after knight f6, white played e5 so far. So good, right? But now the main variation is f4. And actually white is pressing these days in this variation. It's not pleasant for black, at least to my knowledge. So I would expect this f4, but Gulnara Mamadova prepared this line knight c2, which is a surprise to me, and also maybe it was a surprise for Monika Sochko. On the other hand, it's not the main line by far, and as you can see in the game, white played c3, and after knight c6, she played knight f3, and she blocked this f2 pawn by her own knight, which I do not like, honestly. On the other hand, maybe it's playable because she is white and, well, to get approximately equal position, but we need to have in mind that white is prepared and black most probably not for this variation, which can be actually quite important. So it may be a clever opening choice, but on the other hand, black should be okay in this position. White is not playing the main line. Not an interesting choice from Gulnara Mamadova. And Monika Sochko, after a short thought, she reacted by playing a5, which is quite a normal move in French, gaining space on the queen side. And I think we are already out of book for black. Well, personally, I would prefer a normal move like bishop e7 here, but it's not easy, right? In the game, white played h4, which could be also a reaction to bishop e7, and now normally black would play c takes d4, c takes d4, and f6 in this kind of French, but now knight f4 can be a little bit unpleasant, and I guess this was a preparation of white for this game. And Monika Sochko didn't know the line, sadly for her, and I also don't know the continuation here, so it will also be a surprise for me. Interesting, yeah. This knight f4 idea is there. You know the same idea in the knight g2 line on the third move. It can be quite similar. So let's say if I go c takes d4, c takes d4, and f5, f6 now, there is still this knight f4 possibility, and this seems very dangerous for black, actually. It's possible to play bishop b4 check and queen e7, but that's not something you would like to do. So actually this is an interesting line, and I'm a bit ashamed that I don't know the theory at all. And that's also unpleasant for black, I think, now. So Monika Sochko has a 1-point lead in the tournament, and that's good, but losing this game would just blow the whole standings, because she would no longer be the leader of the tournament, and this game is quite important. So how to react on this? I start to like black's decision to play a5, a4, because that's not a mistake, that's for sure. That's pretty normal plan, playable in many situations like this, and most probably white would be out of her preparation. So I start like black's decision now, this a5 move. Because what I did with this f6 plan is leading to very concrete variations of knight f4, which you need to know to play them well, and that's something necessary to know the lines. On the other hand, yeah, I'm trying to figure out some other possibilities here, because I'm actually very surprised by this. I'm playing French for my whole life, and I completely underestimated this line. Yeah, I have something to study at home. So next time it will not be a surprise for me. But this a5 is a normal reaction, so let's go. a3, a4, they usually do it like this. h4, I guess white is trying to gain space on the king side and then play knight f4. But usually you play a5, a4 and you go somewhere with the queen, e5 or queen b6 now. And you use the space on the queen side to do something on the queen side. What Monika Sochko did, this move c4, I do not like at all. I don't know. This seems bad. Because when you block the queen side, you no longer have any counterplay there. And that's the problem, because on the king side, white has the advantage. So from the strategical point of view, this move is very risky, actually. It's blocking one side of the board, and black will try to evacuate the king there to the queen side so that the king will be safe, but it's burning on the other side. You can imagine knight f4, that was actually played in the game, and there are many ideas on the king side for white. She can jump with the knight, or she can push the pawn to h5. And I think black is hoping to block the king side and to make a draw. But actually, that's not going to be easy. Yeah, I don't like black's decision. The computer actually agrees with me. The computer says white has an advantage. You can see it on the left side of your screen where we have the bar. And yeah, I have to agree. This c4 move is strategically actually very risky. Maybe she chose it because she wanted to choose something reliable, not to have any risk. But actually by closing the king side, you are putting yourself into the risk. She wants to go bishop d7, I think, and then bishop e7, or even king d7 and king c7 is the possibility to evacuate the king and then to defend the king side. But it will be a long and tough defense. So instead of going this c4, I would personally prefer something like queen a5. Just to illustrate something normal, then I am actually threatening to take on d4 because you can't take with the pawn. So I guess bishop d2 would come. Then I go queen b6 and you have some problems with the b2 pawn. Of course, these problems are not big. I can understand that, but it's quite annoying actually. Probably you will play something like rook b1 now. I go bishop e7, then I go h6, or I start with h6, I don't know. And it is possible that I will play c4 in the future, right? I don't know, it's possible. But I would like to keep this option open just for some time, just in case that it can be good for me to open the position like this. And also it's blocking some moves for white. For example, now knight f4, which is logical in the game, is not possible. Okay, it is possible, but it's not good because I take free pawn on d4. And of course, white has some compensation, but it's not enough in this position. So the c takes d4 is quite annoying. So actually, by playing queen b6 first, I'm attacking this pawn and I'm not letting you to play knight f4 freely. So I like this for black. I can play c4 any time, right? I'm just making useful moves, bishop e7, and then I can decide. So I'm very surprised by the move of Monika Sochko, but actually we saw that very often in this tournament that she can have some problems from the opening, like yesterday, but she actually solved them brilliantly. And it can be also the case for today. I mean, the opening is not good because she let White to do everything she wanted, but yeah, maybe she will play a perfect game and find some way to level the chances. Well, we will see in the future. But it's very instructive. Very nice opening choice from White. I don't know this at all, and I would be very angry with myself because I can understand that f6 is risky due to knight f4, and for some reason I don't know the theory here. I don't know why. I will need to study this at home. Monika Sochko couldn't do it, right, during the game. That's very unpleasant. So let's move to the second game. And now we have also my opening. Or I would say my pawn structure, because it's queen's isolated pawn on d4, which is my favorite pawn structure. So yeah, that I do like. Jelena Danielian is playing the classical chess, and she has the classical pawn structure. Let's have a look how it went. Okay, it was the Slav with d takes c4 and a4, one of the most classical lines. And yeah, black can play bishop f5 now, of course. It's the main line, I think. But e6 is also completely fine. Black is transposing the game to the queen's gambit accepted. But the problem for black is that he moved this pawn twice, which is, of course, a loss of the tempo. On the other hand, white gained the tempo, but he played the move a4, which is actually not something she would do voluntarily. The pawn belongs to a3 in this kind of pawn structure with the isolated pawn. So it's a tempo, but it's not sure whether we want this tempo. Maybe we would be happy to have the pawn on a2. Yeah, and that's what is the topic of this game. White will try to make this move useful, and black is saying, I have this b4 square, so I'm happy about it. It's actually a very difficult debate whether the move a4 is useful or not, and we will see in the game. This is classical, knight b4. You can see that black is using the square on b4, bishop g5, that's normal, h6, yeah. And yeah, this development with queen e2 and rook d1, it's actually not, it would be not my choice. There are plenty other possibilities, but it was still the preparation for white, so I will not criticize it, of course, and the variation is quite normal, so it's okay. But yeah, I usually play the isolated queen's pawn with the idea of creating the battery on d3 and c2 and threatening the mate on h7. That's what I do like. But actually, that's problematic in this position because the b4 square is in black's hands, so that may be the reason for queen e2 and rook d1 setup, which is also very classical. So bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, and what do we have now? Knight e4. Okay. Knight e4. That's probably good. And now I would expect bishop e7, because to have a bishop pair, it's good for black. Actually, I'm a little bit surprised by the move bishop takes f6, giving up the bishop pair, but I can understand that bishop h4 goes into bishop d7, and it's very difficult for white to organize a counterplay. So she decided to take on f6 and play knight e4 and keep the initiative going. And black is not afraid of losing this bishop on f6, and she played b6. And I think now we have both players out of their book. They are on their own, but Jelena Danielian is thinking for a long time. And actually, it seems that in this game it worked out quite well for black. That Gunay Mamadzada was able to use this square as an outpost for her knight, and there is no a3 anymore. a3 would be very annoying, right? But there is no a3, and the knight is actually good on b4. But yeah, still white pieces, they look active, and I think there should be some way to create winning chances, which is what Jelena Danielian wants, of course. So yeah, I don't know. Let's try knight e5, yeah? It can actually be quite dangerous. This isolated queen's pawn is an interesting strategical topic, because usually what we are playing for is the fight for initiative, which I do like. And it's crucial to gain initiative for both colors. For black, it's important to defend everything and to block the pawn, to get the control over the d5 square, but then also you have some problems with the development, and if you develop everything, then you fight for the initiative connected with the attack on this pawn. But just to illustrate some of black's problems after bishop b7, which is perfectly logical, I take on f6, right? And if you take, I go knight d7, and I think that's the line that white is calculating right now, because it looks like white is winning an exchange, but of course black would react by playing queen g6. And now if there is nothing concrete, then of course this whole operation with knight d7 would be a mistake, because then black rook can move to d8, and that would be bad for white. But we have to move d5, and actually this is just a chaos, right? I don't know whether it's good for black or for white, and I think this is the line they are calculating right now. It's not clear at all. So white is trying to understand whether this one is good for white or not. The rook is hanging, so the rook has to go. Maybe e8 is the better square. The thing is that after this one, white goes knight e5 back, and you need to let go this threat. And after queen f6, I can take on e6. And this position is better for white, that's for sure. After f takes e6, the pawn is very weak on e6. I have this wonderful bishop, and it's better. If you go queen g5, trying to hold this pressure, I have a very interesting sacrifice on f7. And if you take, I take with the queen probably. I'm not saying this is just 100% correct, but I wanted to show you that usually this move is useful only for one thing, and I'm gonna use it. I will play rook a3. It's very nice, but very common. This is not new to both players, because rook a3 is the way how we can activate the rook and actually use the extra tempo. And now I will go rook f3, and I will make black's king. There is no way to block it, because if you take rook takes d5, I just give you check, and if you block it with the knight, I will give you queen f7 mate. And this is just one sample variation, and it's actually very critical, because if you let the initiative pass, if you play some stupid move, I don't know, let's say rook ac1, right, then you can easily be worse in this situation, because if black completes the development, then you will remain with the weak pawn. And also black has a bishop pair, but you can destroy it. But anyway, now I will play this one. You have no knight d7 variation. And what do you have now? I think black is already better, because the probability that white will find some initiative here is low. Of course, she would play knight e5 anyway, but it's a loss of the tempo. And this tempo is crucial, so no rook ac1 will follow, I think. White needs to play some concrete line, and I guess knight e5 is the way. Of course, black is not forced to play bishop b7, but if you don't do it, you have big problems with the development. You can try playing something like, I don't know, bishop h4 or something, but no, I don't like this. And I think knight e5 is the move to play. And then we just enter this chaos, right? It's very principled for both players. After queen g6, you go d5. And I think the correct way is rook f e8, then knight e5, then queen g5, the knight takes f7 is not possible because the e6 pawn is protected. So then I guess white needs to go back. Maybe, I don't know, I'm not sure at all. And then I take maybe something like this. But I think white keeps some initiative, and this can be actually good for Jelena Danielian. So I guess that we have a very interesting situation, that we have two leaders leading the field, Monika Sočko and Gunay Mamadzada, but they are both worse after the opening. After all, they are black today. So yeah, this is a critical situation for both of them. We have some Azerbaijani fan in chat. Hello. Don't be afraid to ask me any questions, or if you want to analyze a specific game, please feel welcome. I will try to do my best. I will check these games on the top, and then I will check the games of the girls from the Czech Republic. And I told you in the beginning that the best player, according to points, now is Tereza Ročtein, and they are playing Scotch. Oh my. This is the last day of commentary for me, because tomorrow you will hear Tomáš Polák, the captain of our women's team here in the Czech Republic, and maybe even David Navara will join, the best player of the Czech Republic. But he is playing actually the qualification for the Fischer Random Championship on Chess.com, so I don't know whether it will be possible for him, but we will see. But what I wanted to say, that I have the last day of the commentary, and the girls are playing my openings, like all of them. That's just great. I feel wonderful, because I can even say something about the opening, which was not the case during all other rounds, because somehow they played the lines completely out of my repertoire, which is very narrow, sadly. So now we have a Scotch game, popularized by Garry Kasparov himself, who started to play it in the beginning of 21st century. And then the popularity dropped down after Garry left the chess scene. But nowadays, actually, they started to play it again. For example, Jan Nepomniachtchi is one of the leading experts. But as I analyzed the lines, I think it's actually okay for black. But yeah, they are trying it from time to time, and especially the line is, of course, knight e5, c4 is the main line, and then let's say you can try bishop a6 is the main line, or knight b6. And they are trying to play h4 here, almost on anything, and even here. It's a new move trying to discourage black from playing g6, so it's like a new trend, and then you put the rook on h3, and it's a little bit crazy. Of course, you play c4. In this game, Jovana Rapport tried g3 line, trying to delay the c4 move for one more move. And it worked perfectly in this game, as I can see, because this transposition of moves led black to play a5. And I'm not saying it's a mistake, but it's already, I don't know, white would, if I were white, I would be happy right now, because I was able to avoid the main opening lines, the main opening theory, and it will be just a normal fight, which is usually great in Scotch game, because when you are out of the book, it's actually quite unpleasant opening for black, at least to my eyes, because white has a space advantage, and also usually black has problems with the queen side. Because of these doubled pawns, it's very hard to find places for the knight and for the bishop. Also, this bishop is blocked by the queen. So if we are not playing the opening theory, it's okay. The problem here is that if black knows the theory very well, then it's very hard for white to find something playable. It's some sort of, yeah, let's say, a difficult scientific task, let's say, scientific task to find in this jungle something that is objectively playable for white. I mean, where you can play for a win normally and it's not just a draw according to the computer. It's actually very hard. And usually it's a draw according to the computer. But these lines are quite forced, so if your opponent knows them, then it's just a draw and nothing. I played many games like that. But maybe I will try this g3 in my next game, because here it worked perfectly. I think the correct reaction to this is to play g6. I do believe, because after c4 and bishop a6, we are back in the main line, which is considered to be a dead draw, actually. So, yeah, there are many lines, but all of them are leading to something like move repetition or drawish in game. But maybe some of the players that like the Scotch, maybe they will not agree with me, but from my point of view, it's actually very drawish. But this move a5 is a pleasant surprise for white, because we usually don't play it in the line of bishop e6. We play the move in the line of knight b6, so knight b6 should have been played. And now it's also okay for black in this position, but it's already sort of playable. There are not that forced lines. But yeah, it's also relatively okay for black in here. But it's not okay for black after bishop a6. Teresa, sadly, she mixed two lines into one, and it's usually bad news. I think now bishop g2 was the move, just to develop the bishop. Joanna played b3 immediately, and maybe it's also okay. And then I'm expecting bishop g2 and bishop b2. And when white gets this bishop in without losing anything, it's already quite something. And we can see in the future that this bishop on a6 and the rook on a8 could be troublesome for black. And I like white's position here. Of course, sadly for our player, but it's just the beginning, and computer is saying +1. It's something in let's say 2,700 players practice, but for our level for our level like mine, for example, it does not mean that much. The decisive factor would be the quality of the play of both players, and that's what we do not know what's coming in the future. But it's an interesting opening, and I like it very much that they are playing my lines. And let's have a look on the game of Julia Movsesian. That's actually the opening I also know, which is a surprise. It's relatively modern line. They are trying to play this a4 setup. I even saw one game of bishop a4, and maybe I will try this in my game in the future. But a4 is also another line in this bishop b5 jungle, and it's played relatively often these days. And it's leading to a very normal position, around equal. And Julia transposed it to the open Sicilian with queen e3, which is also quite normal. And now the plan is to go with the knight to d2 and then to c4, trying to attack the d6 and b6 pawns. Or there is a possibility to play castle, rook d1, and then knight f1, knight e3, if the queen goes away. So it's around equal, I think. It's relatively normal. Black is also developed normally. So, yeah, it's okay for both players. But I actually do like this for white. It's a little bit non-standard because of this bishop on c1. But on the other hand, the queen is protecting the e4 square, which is very important. So the queen is actually very important on e3. And it's also useful in the case where black would like to go d5. This is possible, but it's very risky due to this queen. So the queen is actually perfectly placed on e3, which may be a surprise. But I do like this for white. And actually, from the time management, we can see that this opening is very unpleasant for black, because she already spent 14 minutes on e5. And now she's thinking for like 20 minutes already if the moves are correct and the clock are correct. And that's actually a lot. So the position may be around equal, but to have a time advantage of 40 minutes or something like that, that's a lot. And the opening was a success for our player, for Julia. That's good. I hope she wins, and she will be able to play a nice game in the last round. And then the last game I will watch closely today is the game between Natalia Kanyakova and Tiana Blagojevic. The black player has one fan in our chat, and I must say that black is okay here. It's the famous book of Mr. Adorian, I think. Black is okay. And I do like black's reaction to white's opening. I'm not saying white is that worse, but as we can see from the time management, black is relatively still in her book. And it can also be seen from the time spent on rook c8 maneuver, which looks very strange, but it's actually brilliant. I also know this motive, but it would take me a long time to remember it. The idea is that the a6 pawn is actually not hanging. Because if we take the a6, and the rook is useful, of course, here on the c file. But if we take, then black is going to take, and she is going to play rook a8. And this exchange, when we get the rook to the a2 square, is actually useful for black. And also there is this h4 idea, which is going to be implemented soon, I think. This is good for black. And also I would like to mention that actually, well, black can play like this, white can play like this. And then I would like to mention another strategic thing, that actually it's good for black to double these pawns on the king side, at least from my point of view. I played one game in this pawn structure against our biggest talent, Václav Finěk. And during that game, I realized that actually the exchange of these pawns on the king side might be good for black. I'm not saying it's 100%, and it depends on the position, of course. But you have these pawns, and usually they say that double pawns are good for defense. But in this case, it allows black two things. One, opening the king side right away with h4, which is good because with the pawn on h2 you don't get this. And two, after transferring the knight to g4, which is a lovely square for the knight, you have no way to attack it. Only f3, which weakens all of these pawns on the king side, and that's terrible. And otherwise, yeah, what are you going to do about that knight? And the knight is perfectly placed on g4. For example, after some, I don't know, some other moves from white and from black, there can be made on h2 in the future, or on the h file. Of course, it's not that easy. For example, transferring the knight now would mean that you abandoned the queen side with all your pieces. And that's also strategically risky. White can play, for example, bishop a3, exchanging the bishops, and then you go to g4, but you abandon the queen side, and then I will attack on the c7 pawn, and it can be good for white. So I'm not saying that all problems are solved, and actually this position, it looks dull, right? You don't want to play it, but actually it's full of life for both colors, and it's fully playable for white and also for black. Computer is saying even that black is slightly better, which surprises me a little bit, but the computer is actually playing knight f6 or queen e7, then this move is also important because it covers the a3 square, and bishop a3 is no longer possible. But yeah, again, after queen a6 it's possible, and this is a very nice move. Well, the position is full of life. After h5 it's not necessary to take on a6. I wouldn't do it actually, but it's also a playable position after bishop takes a6. Maybe it also makes some sense to open the line on the queen side. In the future you can exchange the black's rook, and maybe you can use the a file for yourself, but the computer thinks that actually rook fd1 or rook fe1 is correct. And after h4, which would be the move for black, of course, I think the knight goes calmly to f1. And white's position is a little bit passive, but on the other hand, all of these squares are covered. h2 is covered. I can, in the future, I can even go rook 3d2. It would be better to go to e5, but that's not possible. And actually, all black moves were very good in this direction. So I can go here, and maybe in the future I can push f3, trying to overcome these difficulties on the king side. And it's very important that I have this knight to protect h2. So I think that would be quite normal. Sadly, Natalka played knight d2 right away, but I think she is going to miss this square for her knight. So I'm not sure about this move, knight d2, but okay, it's also possible. So we have a very classical pawn structure here, and very nice openings today because I play all of them. So maybe I will be able to explain something that is happening in the games, because that's why I am here. So if you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask me, and I will go back to the top boards. Yeah, and the critical game for today is really developing very badly for Monika Sochko, at least according to the computer, but also according to my understanding, and I play French all my life. I earned a Grandmaster title with it, and in this position I would be very, very unhappy. Very unhappy. You play the French because you need to have counterplay on the queen side. Here you have completely nothing. At least I would be more happy with the knight on b3. It's also, I mean, it's also not that dangerous for white, okay? But at least it's something. But the queen's side is closed, and on the king side, white transferred the knight to h5, which is what I told you, and which is actually quite unpleasant. You can never play g6 because I delivered the checkmate. And black pieces are so passive, and I think Monika misplayed the opening terribly in this game. And the tournament is going to blow open for all of the girls. There is a very nice prize fund of 60,000 euro here. So yeah, this is not going good for Monika Sochko, and already I think we will see a win for white, because I can't imagine this turning against white. But everything is possible. We saw yesterday that it was a similar situation for Monika Sochko, and she even was able to reach a winning in game. Maybe it was a blow for her because it was winning, and to make a draw in a winning in game, it's always hard. For me, it was difficult to sleep after such game, so it may play some role. Well, I'm not saying this is a forced victory for white, anything like that, no. But from the strategic point of view, the position of black is just terrible. This is such a bad position. For example, now there's even a funny threat after let's say after h6, which can be played. I think we are going to see bishop f6 now. And yeah, as you can see, This position is really not a nice one for black. So, yeah, of course, Monica knows about this and she's not going to play h6. But maybe queen c7. Well, I have a suspicion that Polish girls, they started to play French quite often. But I do remember that, for example, during Olympiad, they lost a very important match against, well, my memory sucks. I don't know whether it was Ukraine, maybe, and there was a game played by, no, I can't guess. I'm sorry. But it was a very important match during the Olympiad, and the Polish girls lost a very important French opening, that I know for sure. I watched that because I'm a French player, and I said to myself, yeah, the French is not very safe opening, right? I know that. It's a little bit risky. So maybe they started to play French recently. I don't know, honestly, I'm sorry. But I do remember that game. Maybe I will look it up during the break because it would be the right way to go. Anyway, this may be another unpleasant experience for black in French, and caused by a very nice preparation by Gulnara Mamadova. This knight ce2 and knight f3 line, I don't know, honestly. Yeah, strange stuff. Yeah, I will also check this line during the break. I'm a curious chess player, and also I want the, the correct information for you. That's very important. Not to guess, but to look it up and to really understand what's going on for me. So yeah, I have two tasks. But anyway, this position after queen c7 is really bad, and I can even imagine I can even imagine that bishop f6 can be played also in this position, because when you take, it's actually classical, because after king d8 I go knight g5, and this one is very unpleasant. Bishop e8, queen h5. Now, are you going to protect all of this? I guess this will not be played because it's slightly slightly more risky than one would be happy about. But on the other hand, it's perfectly logical. I'm going to take on e8 and then I'm going to win this pawn. And all black's position is falling apart. My threat now is even to take on e6, so it's maybe not that risky, right? And if you go knight g6, I just take here and I go rook f3. If you look at my pieces, it's just, you can't castle now. That's good. And there is just no way how to protect f7 pawn. So this one is winning for white. So actually for Gulnar Mamadova, this is the critical point, because she has to decide whether she wants to play it calmly or whether she would go into bishop f6 line, which is actually quite logical, but I think this bishop e8 defense would be annoying for me, and I wouldn't go into this line because queen h5 is the move, but it's hard to calculate. And the reason is that if I take on e7 very calmly now, you have to take with the king, and this is a clear advantage. So maybe I would prefer a clear advantage over the unclear consequences. Now you go queen d2, he has to go h6, now you go rook g3 probably, I don't know. And then black can decide whether to play rook h7 or g6 or rook g8, and everything looks horrible. It's not lost. After rook g8 probably I would have to play rook bishop e8 simply, and then trying to, I don't know, play queen c2 then queen h7, something like that. with an interesting fight, but much better position for white. And this is possible. Also, white can develop normally without taking on e7 or playing bishop f6, but I think it's the right moment for choosing one of these lines and trying to break black's position here. Because if you don't do that, then maybe black can survive somehow. On the other hand, I don't know how. Maybe black is going to play h6, I don't know. But then you go bishop f6 anyway, right? So what about, I don't know. But playing rook g3 is bad because you give knight f5 to your opponent. And this is not good, right? You don't want to allow that. So actually I don't see much of logical moves apart from bishop f6 or bishop takes e7. Yeah, I'm curious what what white will choose. Oh, bishop takes e7, already on the board. Quite quick decision after only 5 minutes. In this position, it's not a deep thought, and actually, well, quite often I'm saying that they spent a lot of time and they will be in the time trouble and it's a bad time management, but I can also say something else, that this may be a bad time management from Gulnar Mamadova, because it's a critical moment. And in a critical moment, you decide the outcome of the game. And if you calculate bishop f6 correctly and you play it and you win the game, then even investing 20 minutes into that would be a good decision. Even if you refuse it, then okay, you refused it, but you calculated, you tried, it could have been the critical moment. But to think only for 5 minutes, it's a slight disappointment. I think she could invest more time into making bishop f6 work. But maybe she was very satisfied with the situation after bishop takes e7, because black is forced to take with the king, and maybe that's already very satisfying for white. And I'm not surprised by that. It's actually a very good position. So maybe she felt that bishop takes e7 is leading to a very good position and she didn't calculate anything else. Only she calculated bishop f6 briefly and it was not clear to her. So she decided to go into the other line, which is also good. And so maybe that was the case. Yeah, and I'm very worried for Monika Sochko. This position is bad, but maybe she will handle it somehow. We will see in the future. And I will also check the other game, and Jelena Danielian, the reigning European champion, was thinking for 25 minutes in this position. Yeah, she felt very correctly that this is the critical moment, and that's why she was thinking. I think that was a correct decision. But sadly for us, she didn't play knight e5, she didn't enter this forced line we analyzed, which was, I think, the correct decision. But she played a5, which is also okay, because she just transferred the attention to the queen side, but she played it aggressively. That's necessary in this position, actually. So she played a5. Okay, and her idea was to... she wanted to play a5 first and then knight e5. Okay. Okay, interesting. I don't understand the idea exactly, but that's an interesting decision. Maybe she wanted to have this square for the knight c5 square. Of course, black is not forced to take on a5, but that's the most logical move to make, because the pawn is for free. So it's hard to resist, actually. But bishop b7 was possible. And now we have bishop b7 on the board, and I think that's correct. And if Jelena Danielian went for this line because of the possibility of knight c5, then I think it was a bad decision. Maybe, I don't know, because I do like black's position after bishop d5, and even bishop takes e5 is possible, and now this knight is slightly vulnerable, I think. I can play... Oh, then you exchange on b7, and you can take the pawn. But this is a draw, right? I mean, white has no advantage here. Black can be even slightly better, but no, this is going to be a draw pretty soon. So I think knight c5, if this is the idea, then it's not that good, I think. I don't know. I'm not sure. This is a very difficult position. For example, bishop takes e5. Of course, you can take on b7, but then you have problems with h2. I sacrifice, and then I win the knight back, and I'm a pawn up and a good position. That's already bad. So bishop takes e5 is possible, destroying one of the knights and transferring the game into this kind of pawn structure, where the knight on c5 actually feels unstable, and it's not good there. So maybe the idea is to take on f6 anyway. But what's the difference between this line and our lines we analyzed just a few minutes ago? I don't know. Somehow it feels to me that this a5 move helped black a little bit, because there is black pawn on a5 and there is no pawn on a4. But on the other hand, white is able to take, so it's probably still around equal, maybe slightly better for white, I don't know. It can be rook f8 again, but I'm not sure. It's just a mess. So I'm hoping that we will see knight takes f6 on the board, because I think knight c5 is not good. But it will be a very tough fight against Gunay Mamadzada. She is in a very good form here. And she can easily be in the lead after this round, if Monika Sochko loses. So Gunay Mamadzada will get help actually from her Azerbaijani colleague. I think she would buy her colleague a coffee or something stronger. But tomorrow we have the last round, of course. So I think the girls are focused on the game, and they, of course, would like to finish the tournament on a very high level. Yeah, and I can feel the tensions growing. Yeah, it's a very nice tournament. Do enjoy the commentary. And now I will have a short break, just for 10 to 15 minutes. And yeah, thank you for watching, and see you soon. Okay, guys, welcome back to the round number 10 of European Women's Chess Championship 2022. I studied something during the break, and okay, my memory fails me quite often, but this time I was correct. The French I was talking about was between Maria Muzichuk and Alina Kashlinska, and it was the last round of the Olympiad, and Ukraine won, and as you know, they won the gold medals. So it was actually a very important game. That's why it somehow sticked to my memory. And I was talking about it because we here see another French from the Polish player in a very critical moment that does not look good so far. And after Queen d2, actually in a very desperate situation after 12 minutes of thinking, and it was also a very deep preparation from Maria Muzichuk at the Olympiad. I hope I'm correct if I do remember the game correctly. And here it was also a very nice preparation from White. After 12 minutes of thinking, Black played Bishop e8, and to be honest, I don't know what will happen after Queen g5 and Rook takes and Knight takes g7. I think that's just it. I think we may see a miniature here. Of course, Black will fight and she will continue somehow. She wanted to evacuate the king, which is understandable, but she lost a very important pawn on g7. And the tactical explanation for it is very simple. I think both of these players, of course, see it. And I can even take on e6, but I can simply take on e8, winning the queen on c7. So my queen is not pinned. Okay, it is pinned, but it's very easy to fight against it, and I can easily take with the knight on e8, exchanging queens and reaching a winning position, because both black rooks are hanging after knight takes c7, so black is not holding both of them. So this position is just completely winning, and I don't know what's happening, guys. Monika Sochko played a great tournament, but today she seemed to be out of book very soon, and she did a very risky decision by playing c4, and then she didn't handle defense so far. So yeah, that's the reason why we have a winning position for white after just 16 moves. Just tell me, where is the point? I mean, what is black going to do? I don't know. She can play bishop e7. Maybe that's the idea, yeah. And hope. But of course, white is not going to take the bishop by the knight, because the bishop is badly placed. I go queen h6. Yeah, maybe something like that. Something like that we will see on the board. But it's really not good. White can go rook g3. And then we will... she will activate the rest of the pieces, the rook and the bishop. Also, there is this knight that can jump to g5 and then to h7 in any moment. Okay, I mean, it's not finished yet. At least black king is safe on d7, that's true. But it's just the full pawn, and the black king side is, yeah, badly damaged. Yeah, that's a tough one. And we are waiting for the move queen g5, and maybe white is also in some kind of shock, because she is not playing anything, which surprises me a little bit, because I mean, queen g5 is like pretty natural move. Maybe she is calculating it again and again, over calculating it, because she can't believe her luck. Maybe we can see the camera of the game, because as you see during the break, all first 5 games are still in progress. We saw no short draw as usual during this tournament, and yeah, we see Monika Sochko here. This is the second board. Jelena Danielian thinking. Both very experienced players are thinking currently. And yeah, so it means Gulnara Mammadova already made her move, but due to the 15 minutes delay of Chess24 transmission of the moves, due to anti-cheating reasons, we don't know. We don't know what's the move yet. We will see very soon. Okay, this position is set. Let's move to the board number 2. Here we have some development actually. And we have knight takes f6, so Jelena Dandelian is entering the jungle. But not quite, after a long thinking. Black took on f6, and they both calculated the line with knight d7, queen g6, I guess, and d5. For some reason, Jelena didn't enter this line. It's very unclear, actually. And she played rook takes a5, what was her idea from the beginning, where she played a5, then she took on f6, and then she takes a5 pawn. But I think now after knight c6, I'm going to exchange everything, right? And it's gonna be a draw. Yeah, I don't know. White can try knight g4, but it's sort of, I don't know, very risky move. And after knight d7, it's the problem with the d4 pawn. Maybe even queen e7, something like that. I don't know. This is good for black, right? The white rook is hanging. So knight d7 is not that good. Knight g4 looks crazy. And knight takes c6 leads to a position where only black can be better. I think it will be a relatively short draw after that, but only black can be better. So let's try the last possible move. Okay, it was also knight rook b5, but I think this is also bad. If white takes with the pawn, at the first sight it looks good, but actually this bishop is now out of play and only black can be better after queen g5, because the bishop on b7 is very strong. And white pieces are seemingly active, but they are doing nothing. And rook on c5 is actually more a tactical weakness than a strength. And also there is the back rank issue. And black rooks will activate very quickly. Rook a8 is coming, and the position can be better only for black. So what does it mean? It means that I advise black to play knight c6, right? Calmly. Because the draw would be a great result for Gunay Mamadzada. She is currently on the second place, and she will stay on the second place, I think, for the last round, where supposedly she would have white pieces, but it's not that clear, of course. The pairings can go the other way around, but it should be like she will change colors and she would play white in the last round. So I think draw is a good result for her. Of course, she can push somehow. She can avoid playing knight c6 and play something like knight d5, maybe, threatening knight f4. But I don't think this is a good decision. White's position is not that bad that you can play for a win like this. Anyway, I have this very strong knight on e5, so I'm not that worried. Of course, black can try this. I don't know how I would react, maybe even rook b5, I don't know. Or queen d2, stepping out of knight f4. I don't know, or queen somewhere. Maybe knight d5 is possible after all. And the tactical explanation is still that after bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, knight d7, trying to win an exchange, there is still queen g6 or queen g5. But actually this is playable because white can take the bishop now. and take the exchange. And it may be the best solution for white because now it's equal. Maybe even white can push slightly, but there is a back rank issue, so he would need to lost one move to g3, so I guess it's equal. So after knight d5, white has a way to make a draw, maybe? I don't know. To take on d5. Yeah. Apparently, black is out of trouble and it was necessary to enter this jungle to have some winning chances. It was a good opening from black. She reacted very calmly to the variation with queen's isolated pawn, with this h6 trading the bishop on g2, protecting the d5 square by playing knight b4 and b6 bishop b7. I think she played it very well, and the only way to make it unclear, to create some threats, was actually knight d7, and it was not played. Jelena played a logical move, rook takes a5, which is leading, I think, to a drawish position. So we will see what will happen in the future, and yeah, we have now queen g5 on the board in the game of Gulnara Mammadova and Monika Sochko. And after knight takes g7, we see h6 on the board. And I must admit that I completely forgot about this move. I'm sorry. Yeah. But it's not working. So it was not such a big miss. I just played queen f6, but I should have told you about this move h6, and I didn't because I didn't see that. But anyway, the position of white is such a good one that I see no complications now. Yeah, the evaluation didn't change, and the computer, you can see the bar shows a great advantage for white. And that's logical because white is a pawn up and white has enormous pressure on the king side that remains even after winning a pawn. So yeah, that's a sad story, and hopefully Monika Sochko will play a good game in the last round. After all, she will have white pieces and she will probably have the biggest Buchholz or so I mean, winning in the last round is actually still guaranteeing, it's still a guarantee for her for one of the medals, I think. It's just my guess from the long practice. But it will be tough, of course, after this opening. But still, there is a chance, and if she returns to the normal play, I think she will have a shot tomorrow again. Because, yeah, we can see that Gulnara Mammadova has 6.5, and after winning against Monika Sochko, she would have 7.5, so they will have the same amount of points. And if Gunay Mamadzada makes a draw, which is the most logical outcome after the opening, she will also have 7.5. So all the girls will have 7.5, and we will see a very interesting pairing tomorrow. But it also means that if there are many girls on 7.5, probably the colors will switch. Yeah, and Monika Sochko had 2 blacks in the last 2 rounds. That's also difficult. Yeah, I forgot about that because she was white yesterday. She was black yesterday. We analyzed the in-game. And she is black today. I didn't realize that. Yeah, that's a big issue. But she had 2 whites in the previous round, so it's quite fair. But in the last round, she will have white because you are not supposed to have 3 blacks in a row in the last 3 rounds. That would be a crime. Yeah, chances are not lost, of course. But well, I've seen many things in my life and also in this tournament, so probably I shouldn't speak about this position as already finished. But yeah, I just see the position and I start talking about the most logical outcome. Yeah, no, there is no way. I mean, after bishop e7, I can maybe even win another pawn, right? you take, and I just take another pawn. It's already 2 pawns. Yeah, then I will protect everything and calmly activating my pieces. I just go back with the queen, and I will use these 2 pawns, right? That's a lot. I will just go back, protect everything, and slowly improving my pieces like rook h2, bishop e2, or something like that, I don't know. But of course the position is technically winning after this. Also, it's important that black has not a good square for the bishop. It's restricted by white's pawns, and when black makes h5 move, there is always a place for my knight on g5, so it's also not going anywhere. Yeah, maybe rook f5, just to create some confusion, trying to trapping my queen, but there is no threat. I can always go rook g3 and so that's what I do expect, this bishop e7, but anyway, this is just sad. Yeah, sad story. Back to the game of Jelena Danielian. We have no moves, so we have time to look at the games of Czech girls. Tereza Ročtein is playing against Johanna Rapport, and this is not good. We left the game somewhere around here when I told you that in Scotch, when you are able to avoid forced opening lines, you are in a very good position, and that's exactly what happened here, because comparing to the normal structure, a normal position, white is a tempo up. Normally in this position you have the pawn on a7, and you already have a rook e8. Yeah, let's I don't know, let's waste one move. Oh, sorry. Let's waste one move like this. Instead of short castle, let's waste one move. And what we usually see in this opening is an endgame like this. Black is taking, white is taking, black is taking, white is taking, and c takes d5. And we see in game like this with pawn on a7 and pawn on a2. And it's considered to be drawish. Maybe even black can win it sometimes, but well, it's drawish. But in this moment, white is a tempo up because a5 was played in the game, and it means a lot because white is able to cover the e5 square actually, which is a big help. So black is trying to shatter the center, but also another typical motive. White can attack this knight by moving the queen away, because now there is no pin and the knight is attacked. The knight went to b6, and you can see a typical problem in this variation, where this knight remains on b6 and the bishop is still on a6. These pieces have no future. They have no squares. Usually black is able to shatter the structure by playing d5 and trying to get some space for the pieces, but here it's white to move, and there is no d5 yet. So it's really a sad story, and on the top of that, I think white played another strong move here, e6, which is very ugly for black, and this is bad, guys. This is how a Scotch should look like. Great game by Johanna Rapport, and it was wise to change the move order a little bit by playing g3 first instead of c4. I don't know the difference after g6. I think it's almost the same, right? Of course, white can try something, but I think c4 would be the best move anyway. But yeah, Tereza reacted with a5, and we are there. After these normal moves, black was not able to take on e5, and she got into this e6, which is bad news. Just to explain, if black takes on e6, I take on c6, and it's not winning an exchange actually, because black can attack the queen on d2. But I just go, I don't know, queen e3. And this situation is terrible for black, because the rook is hanging and it has to move. And look at this bishop. It's such a strong one. And I just go bishop a3 and knight c3. And I can take on e6 in the future. I will not do it right away. I can do it in the future, because now you have no defense. Your pieces are just bad. And if you go e5, which is logical, yeah. Let's say rook a d1, stopping bishop b7. And we have equal amount of pawns, but strategically the position of white is close to winning, I believe. I'm surprised by the computer evaluation bar on the left side, because to see it like +3, it's a lot, and I'm surprised by that. I would evaluate like +1.5 for white. I'm sure that white has a big advantage, because I mean black's pieces are terrible, but to a computer it's already clear. So yeah, that's a possibility. What to do after e6, right? Black is under enormous pressure. So let's see a game of Julia Movsesian. We left it around here. I told you about the plans for white, and I told you that d5 is considered to be risky due to the excellent position of white's queen. But d5 was played anyway, and it's not a surprise for me, because it's a logical way to continue in the Sicilian. So e takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes, bishop takes, rook d1, very logical. And these variations with queen e3 are actually quite fashionable these days. Computer likes them. And for me it's difficult to understand the queen here. But what I do understand is that it's very well placed. And let's say after knight e4 now, the bishop's attacked and white has a strong initiative. Because I can imagine something like bishop b7. It would be maybe the best choice. And now maybe even a5, I don't know. There is no bishop c5, there is no problem. f5 is a position of suicide. I lost one game like that recently. Also white can step out with the queen, trying to get knight d6 in. It's a pretty non-standard structure, and Julia didn't play... Oh, she played knight e4, and bishop c6 was the move. Okay, I can understand that, yeah. Knight c3, computer does not like it. I do like it, it's a logical move. Computer says knight g3 was better. Yeah, knight g3 looks better than knight c3 even. But yeah, the position is very complicated. From human point of view, one would be worried about bishop c5, right? But bishop c5 leads nowhere. Black can't castle now, because that would run into a kingside attack. And other moves are bad. g6 looks terrible, so castling is the critical variation. But now I think you are not going to survive this attack. I can play simply like this, right? But it's not that clear. I mean, it's difficult actually. Maybe something like this? Oh my, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice motive. You transfer the queen to f6 and then you play bishop h6 and you develop the piece in a very last moment, threatening a mate on g7. That's very nice. Julia was thinking about these variations for 23 minutes and then she decided to play it calmly by knight c3. I like this decision, but computer does not agree. Yeah, but these variations were very nice. For a human, I think it was hard to understand what happens after bishop c5. So that's why she kept the g3 square open, because now she can play queen g3. That was the reasoning behind knight c3, I think, at least I think so. But okay, still we have a good position for white. It will be a long fight, I think. And the last game I will check is the game of Natálka Kaňáková. And what's happening here? What's happening here? We left the game somewhere around here. Oh, this was this knight g2 move. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't work out, right? Now she played bishop takes e4. Yeah, which is already an admitting of defeat because you don't want to have this kind of structure without the c5 move, because when the c5 is played, then you can open the d file by playing d takes c5 and you have some counterplay over the d file. But in this structure, I think black is quite quick on the king side. For example, after knight c4, which is logical, I'm gonna go here, and you have to go knight h1 if you don't want to lose the piece, and that's a bad news. I mean, white is not lost. Well, maybe objectively he is lost already, but not in a forced way. So it's playable still, but the knight on h1 looks very bad, right? So it's not something you would want to have. Yeah, okay. You look at this game in the future. I think h4 will come and the position of black is superior. It's not finished yet. I am surprised by the computer evaluation again. These days computers, they show much bigger advantage everywhere than I was used to. This position I would evaluate like minus half a pawn for black because I wouldn't see any direct solution. But it's -2. It's like 4 times more I would expect. Probably the knight on h1 is that bad. Okay, interesting. So what do we have? The first board, rook h7 played. After 9 minutes, black is depressed. She played rook h7. Now rook g3 is possible. And also knight takes e6 and queen takes f8. But entering this variation seems a little bit unnecessary because compared to the line we've seen before with the bishop on e7, now the bishop can jump to h5 and yeah, it's still winning probably, but then at least black pieces are active, so I wouldn't go into this variation. It's possible, but I wouldn't go there. I would play rook g3 calmly with a winning position. I can win the pawn in the future. Then just developing the bishop here. And yeah, this is good. So still no change. And in the game of Danielian, knight d5 was played. So we see no knight c6, but knight d5 is a very logical one. And we analyzed this position. I told you that bishop takes d5 is possible now. Or stepping out with the queen somewhere, I don't know where actually. Because, for example, queen g4 is a possibility, but I don't believe in any kind of queenside attack here. There is this queen and I don't see why it should be dangerous for black, so I go just rook d8. And I don't like this for white. It's probably okay, but I don't think white is pushing here. So that would not be my choice. And yeah, I don't see. I would take here as white. But on the other hand, there is also a possibility of queen g5 in this situation. And after rook takes d5, it would be a good position for black. Queen takes d5, and the queen is wonderfully placed on d5. So then f4 is probably the way. Winning an exchange. The compensation for black seems to be good. Well, there is no exchange. I can go queen d8. I didn't see that. Oh my. The rook is hanging, I have to take there anyway, and then enter this endgame, which is probably very drawish. White king is slightly weakened, but it shouldn't be such a big issue. I think this will end in a draw pretty soon. Yeah. Yeah, sadly for Jelena Danielian, these positions with queen's isolated pawn, they can turn out to be very drawish if you don't play them correctly. And I'm not saying there was any big blunder from white, but she didn't use this knight g7 opportunity beforehand, and here now it's no longer good. And yeah, we analyze this one, knight d7. No, we analyze it after knight c6. Yeah. Now I have to go queen d8, and that's the explanation for this all, because the rook is also hanging. And now, yeah, again, we can see this variation we talked about. And now now what do we have now? It's just a draw, right? I take, and take. We may see something like that in the game, and I think Gunaimo Mazzara calculated it very carefully, and I'm expecting a relatively quick draw here, which is of course a great result for Gunaimo Mazzara. And if the board number 1 is gonna end in a normal result from the current position, we will see 3 or even 4 players on 7.5 out of 10, and it will be a very interesting final round. So yeah, let's move to the board number 3. We weren't there. What do we have here? It's a very interesting position. I will see the opening. Another French defense. Oh, it's a game between Inna Gapunenko and Ulvia Fatalieva. They are both on 6.5, I think. Yeah, 6.5, and also the board number 4, which we will explore later on. This is an interesting variation. I think Alekhine played it from time to time, but objectively it's not considered to be dangerous for black. And knight c6 is one of the main reactions. After a3 you just take, and you take on e4, and the d4 pawn is hanging. Therefore white plays d5, and it took her a lot of time. White was not prepared for this line of knight c6, which is a bad news. On the other hand, black was prepared, and they exchanged everything, and then they went into this kind of position where white has a bishop pair, but black has much quicker development, so the position should be around equal. And it actually is still in the game, because white was able to reach a better pawn structure, but she lost the pawn on c2. All of this is very logical. She's trying to, I don't know, exchange on f6 and get an in-game with a knight against the bishop. Is better for playing for a win than to have opposite colored bishops, of course. So white is relatively happy that she got some play, but I think after bishop b3 that is going to be played, chances for winning this are very limited, because the position is somewhat, well, there are many exchanges, right? It's somewhat open position with many exchanges, and it's very high probability that this will end in a draw. So it means that no 7.5 player after this game, apparently. But the thing is that Inna Gapunenko is already in a time trouble after 15 moves. She has only 17 minutes left till the time control, which is actually bad news for her. But also this position is relatively easy for her. So in the case she exchanges on f6, I mean, she can play this in-game on 30 seconds without too much problems. So yeah, I don't think it's dangerous for white, but I don't think it's dangerous for black. Anyway, after all, she's a pawn up, and yeah, normal situation. But on the board number 4, we see completely winning situation for black in this Armenian duel after only 19 moves. Come on, what is that? So it was a surprise opening for both of them. Okay, this a6 line is not very common, so you can understand that it was already a surprise for white. So black chose a non-standard opening. And you probably know that Maria Gevorgian played a great tournament. She is the underdog, but she was among the leaders throughout the tournament. So in this position, instead of playing normally, like, I don't know, b3, d3, she played knight d4 and she went into it. I like this decision. And black, after a long think, she played c6, which leads us to a very non-standard position. And white even took this b5 pawn. Oh my. Oh my, what do we have here? This is fun. This is fun. But it's funny for black, right? Because after d5, how you are going to evacuate the bishop? Well, computer shows it's equal, but only after a move like b4, which is inhuman. So yeah, I guess that was a bad choice for Maria Gevorgian in the position after c6. You can enter these complications and computer is relatively happy, but you need to know how to evacuate the bishop, and for me that was not clear at all. We will see what happened in the game, but so far I think some call move like d3 was better. And I don't know, after d3 I like white's position. It's probably around equal, but if I would have to pick one color, I would pick white here in this position, because the pawn structure of black is very weird. It will repair somehow after d5, but then I will get a very normal structure with some weaknesses on the queen side for black, so I would be relatively happy after d3. In the game, white decided to go into it, and she played queen c2. Okay, then bishop d7. Maybe that's the move she underestimated. And after a4, queen a5. Yes, somewhere around here was probably underestimated by white, because she was hoping to save the bishop by playing a4, but suddenly after b4 the position looks bad, because in the case you are going to lose this bishop, black would have two pieces for the rook and the pawn. So maybe white was hoping to, I don't know, win another pawn, and she was saying like, okay, in any case, in the worst case scenario, I will have a rook and two pawns for two pieces, so even that is not that bad. But actually it is bad, because all black pieces are active and they have great future. So after bishop takes d5, queen takes d5, imagine the bishop on c6, right? So they have big future, and compare it to the white rooks. They have no future at all. So that's the reason why this position is winning, if black is able to win this bishop. So that's what we are talking about. And white castle, black played bishop d6, white played d3. All of this very logical. Bishop c8, bishop c6. Very interesting fight. But now you need to fight for the initiative, so I guess something like bishop f4 is the best line. Computer is showing bishop e3. Maybe that's also possible. White played a5, okay, but after king e7, you have to win at least one pawn, right? And then, okay, I would be happy with black, but maybe it's playable somehow. But in the game, a6 followed, and this is just a win for black, because The pawn on a6 is not that strong, and I have two pieces for the rook. And yeah, look at white pieces. I mean, this is terrible. Yeah, so somehow white was outplayed by her opponent, but maybe she outplayed it herself because it was her decision to take on b5 and take on a8, and then she realized this is not good. So black was happy with bishop d6, king e7, and rook c8 maneuver, which is very nice, and this position seems winning for white, right? Oh, she was hoping to get this, but anyway, knight bd7. And white was able to make new queen, but in a very desperate situation after rook c2. Black king is completely safe on e7. And white position is falling apart. So it will be a very important win for Lilith Mladičian, because she will be among the leaders after winning this game. I would say it's a very high probability right now, because for white it's very hard to find any defensive move, any good defensive move. Yeah. Okay, I guess we will have a short break, and after that I will do a short recapitulation. What do we have so far? Also, I will look at the Czech games. If you want to see anything concrete, anything specific, please let me know. And yeah, see you soon after the break. Bye. Okay, guys, welcome back to the live commentary of the round number 10 of Women Europeans Championship from Prague. I'm very happy to be here with you. And as you can see, the games are currently in progress, and on the camera, you see the top board, the fight between Gulnar Mamadova and Monika Sochko. And it can be the decisive moment of the champion. And as you can see, Monika is not happy because her position is very, very tough. And I did my homework, and during the break, I actually checked the variation that Gulnar Mamadova played. It's this surprising knight c2 and knight f3 line in the French. Why didn't play this f4 move? And she's hoping to use this square for the knight. And actually, those variations I showed you are correct. There is one possibility to go bishop e7 and after h4 to enter the madness after f5, knight f4, where knight d5 is the correct solution, sacrificing the piece for a very nice compensation. This is a typical pawn structure. Well, not typical pawn structure, but typical, let's say, counterplay for French, because you sacrifice the material for a very nice compensation, and typically you need to get these two pawns in the center. But of course, going into this without a preparation, it's very risky. So I can understand that Monika Sochko didn't play it. But the move a5 is actually quite good. Also it's possible, let's say, in this position, not to go f6 and play queen b6 first with a normal situation. But also the move she chose, a5, is good. But then it's necessary not to close the center and play the variation I told you about, queen b6. It's actually quite normal, and the analysis is relatively correct, what I did. At least according to a very famous tool of ChessBase. Let's check. If you don't know it, please Google it. It's very good for, let's say, basic opening preparation. It's enough for my level, slightly below 2500. So I guess it will be also enough for you. I mean, you can do computer analysis with the software of Stockfish for a long time, and then you arrive to the same conclusion like the analysis saved in Let's Check. I can understand professionals, of course, they use more sophisticated tools like computer clouds and all this stuff I don't understand. But for a basic preparation around my level, it's a perfect tool I can recommend. And I am not an employer of ChessBase. So I checked this during the break, and now we can get to a real game because it's still on, as you saw on the camera. But Black's position is very desperate. This c4 move in the game was a positional mistake, and after that she even lost one pawn, and we left the game somewhere around here after rook h7. And I told you that my move would be rook g3, because entering these variations after rook takes e6, it's not something I would do. And actually in the game, Gulnar Mamadova played rook g3, which is a good decision, I think. And it developed like this: queen f4, king c6. This is funny. Yeah, that's nice and funny, but it doesn't help Black. The position is lost. And now she calmly activated all remaining pieces, played bishop e2, which I do like. And yeah, queen d8 is actually a little bit unpleasant because the pawn needs protection, so she returned with the knight. It's just a small obstacle because the position remains winning. Bishop d1 I do like very much because the bishop gets activated. On c2 it will be perfect. And after bishop e8, I guess it's the moment where we can take the bishop after all and play bishop c2. After rook h8 we go h5, not letting Black to h6, and I guess that's it, right? It will take some time to win this position finally, because it's very closed, you know, but it should be winning in a long run. I think, of course, knight takes c8 already on the board, so good job. And bishop c2 on the board, yeah. The main job now is to stay calm, not to make any blunder, not to be afraid to calculate some short variations. On the other hand, it's not necessary to go into any big complications because the position should be winning technically. But actually, that's the part where I struggle. Somehow I often make mistakes in winning positions. That's one of my weaknesses. Maybe I don't pay enough attention to it, or I play too artificially. But I guess Gulnar Mamadova has not such a big issue with this, and I think we will see a clean use of this advantage. Now, of course, we are happy to exchange rooks. Why not? The position is winning, so exchanging is okay for us. And then just king f1, I guess. Just for any case, stepping out of the e file, because I can imagine something like f6 and e5, so just in case we step out of this e file. And then I go g3, king g2, calmly, improving my position, and I think it should be winning for white. It's good news for Azerbaijani fans and bad news for Polish fans, but as I told you, even after this loss, Monika Stočko will have white most probably in the last round, and she still has a shot for the title, I think, because with white colors anything can happen in the last round. So it's not over yet, but she will need a good night's sleep. Hopefully she can manage, and we will see in the last round. Anyway, g4 happened with the plan of g5. Also quite logical, okay. Gulnar Mamadova, she is not afraid of anything, as I see that. She is not afraid of f6, she is not afraid of anything. So I told you I would move to king to f1 first, but maybe she's keeping the option to castle long, I don't know, it's still possible if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, computer allows me to castle long, so it's possible. But anyway, it's a matter of taste, I believe. Yeah, this position is over. So let's move to the second board, where bishop takes d5 actually happened. That was the move we analyzed for a long time, and after 18 minutes, Jelena Danielian entered this variation. But after bishop takes d5, she didn't go knight d7, which would be, I think, a draw. But she played knight g4, so she continues the game, which probably is a sign that she wants to win. Of course she wants to win, but yeah, the position is very drawish in this situation, so it's even hard to imagine any mistake from black. Well, I would go rook fd8, right, simply. I don't know. But in the game, f5 happened. Oh my. Oh my god. So we have some Gunay Mamadzada fan in the chat. So hello, Subhan. Well, this is a move. Oh my. f5. I don't know. Does it mean that both girls are trying to win? Well, probably, yeah. Of course, this move is very risky. I'm surprised by that. Maybe really Gunay Mamadzada evaluated the position as better for black, and she is pushing. I must say I do not agree with that evaluation, because, of course, white has some problems. The bishop is very strong on the long diagonal. On the other hand, these rooks are passive, and by playing f5, black created another weakness for herself, the pawn on e6. And imagine in the future jumping with the knight to e5, and suddenly it would be very... feel optimistic for white. On the other hand, still the knight is doing nothing there, so yeah, we'll see. h5 happened, which is logical. Queen e8, okay, and now I would go knight c4, like knight e5 then. With, yeah, it can be anybody's game, yeah. When both of the players are playing for a win, it's suddenly very interesting. Maybe black decided to play f5 also due to a small time travel problem that Jelena Danielian has, because after 23 moves it shows like only 13 minutes for white, and that's a problem. So maybe that was another reason for Gunay Mamadzada to continue the game and to push for a win. And also, yeah, maybe she was thinking that this bishop is very strong, which is probably true. But I think after knight c4, knight e5, position should be around equal. I can always play f3 in the future to block the bishop, and with the knight on e5, I'm not that worried about the future. I think even white can be better. If anybody, I would pick white in this. So I'm very surprised by this f5 move, but okay, at least we have a game, right? Because it seemed that it will be a short draw relatively, but both girls refused. First white, because instead of going knight d7 and going into these forced lines, instead she played knight g4 and knight e3, and then black, in this situation, she played f5, which is that takes some courage. No, queen e8, and then, yeah, I'm expecting knight c4. But yeah, Jelena Danielian is in a time trouble, and she needs to calculate, because there is this queen c6 move, which looks a little bit annoying. And now it's a question. We can play queen f1, and we can play f3, but I guess f3. I guess rook fd8. I don't know if she will play rook fd8, because she could do it without f5 move, right? This is a very strange position, but I would pick white, actually. Because suddenly after f3, this bishop has no future, right? It can go to d5, but what's next? The knight on e5 is more dangerous to black's king. So yeah, this is gonna be interesting. White position may seem a little bit preferable, but there is this time problem, so yeah, interesting fight. Board number 3, we left around here. We are approaching the time travel phase, so the games will change quickly. I will try to keep up. And we entered this in-game I was talking about, but I consider it to be a very drawish one. The knight is better than the bishop. On the other hand, black has a pawn up, but he has spoiled pawn structure. I guess it's around equal. So, yeah, we have one comment. Can you guys show board number 10, of course? Board number 10. Both players on 6 points, trying to get to 7 points and to have a shot in the last round for the first top 10, let's say. What is that? Come on. Some sort of a dragon Sicilian? Sort of a hybrid Sicilian. Yeah, queen d3, it's also very fashionable. They try everything in Najdorf these days, even rook g1 move, which I don't understand. a3 or some moves like that, and queen d3 is one of them. So black reacted by playing dragon Sicilian, but white was prepared for this. So she expected this sort of a dragon Sicilian. And now it's transposed to some kind of bishop g5 in Najdorf, because there queen d3 is actually quite normal. So I think we have proper Najdorf now. Yeah, with bishop g5. I'm talking about this variation played. Bishop g5 immediately. Oh, a6, bishop g5. And knight bd7 now. I know main line is bishop c4, but I can imagine something like f4 and g6. But I don't know the theory at all. I mean, I think not queen e2 is now a move. But queen d3, okay. And now we transpose to the game. We have the same position in the game. But in the game, the last move is f4. But I do believe that this is relatively good for white. So this queen d3 line, it worked in this game. I would be worried for black after h4. Very worried. I can even play something like f5 now, right? I do not have to worry about this bishop because you can't take it anyway. Let's imagine h takes g5. I go h takes g5, and what do? The h file is open, and I go to mate you. You have to go something like knight h5, I believe. Or sacrificing the piece back, but then the position would be a catastrophe. So I see this possibility, but yeah, no, I don't like black's position at all. I'm wondering whether queen h3 is possible or just take on h5. Both of these moves look very good. White has enormous compensation. Now I don't believe black can survive this one. In the game, bishop takes f6 happened, and it also looks good because then you go f5 and you open the king side. So I think in this game between very strong players, Stavro Vatsolakido and Elin Rebers, a black didn't handle the opening too well. But suddenly after d5, d4, yeah, there are some hopes. Still like white's position, but at least it's not direct mate, right? It can go the other way around. This queen e4, a5. Queen e4 is probably too slow. But I think she wanted to play bishop d3 in the near future. So I can understand that. But now black gained some counterplay and it improved a lot. So maybe it was better to sacrifice this bishop on g5. Yeah, I can imagine that after f5. This one, this one, this one. I'm struggling to find a way for white, but all of this looks so good. Maybe just simply take queen h3. Why not? How are you going to defend? Yeah, you have to play something like rook e8, and then yeah, maybe. You know, these games are tough. You still have some chances. So I can understand that white didn't go into this, but objectively it must be winning for white. I just struggle to find the right idea. Maybe queen h3 first, then also g4 is a threat. Oh, knight d5. Knight d5. There is also knight d5 there. Maybe right away, right? You have to go queen d8 and then you are stuck here in the center. Yeah. But anyway, after gaining a counterplay like this, black decided to go b4, going all in. And computer shows it's not such a good decision. f6 I do like very much. And I think black forgot about the possibility that this king can evacuate to e2, and it's just a wonderful idea. I like this very much. Stavro Vatsolakido was surprised by her opponent, because I think Elin Rebers was thinking like, hey, I'm going to have the queen on c3 and this will be the mate, right? But Stavro Vatsolakido evacuated the king via d1 to e2, and I think that surprised black, because it's a great way to defend. And suddenly there is no mating threat, and on the other side, white is still attacking. So white was a little bit slower, but she got there in the end. And this position is really bad. Black is trying to open the h6 square for the bishop, which is also a nice idea. But luckily for white, knight can go to c4. After rook b1, I'm going to e2. And my structure hold. You will need 2 moves to shatter it. To attack the knight with the bishop. You can do it right away, actually. You can play bishop b5 or bishop f5. But I will. I think. Okay, I can take the rook then, but I can also maybe. I don't know. This is very funny. I can maybe even take here, right, and then take on f7, and trying to mate you with my queen. And don't be fooled by the computer evaluation here, because it says it's winning for white, but for a human it's still very difficult. And I find this chance of black to be very good, because h takes g5 is actually the only move. If you play g5 or something like that, there is a big problem with bishop g4. And also the g5 move is a nonsense because you block the king side. So then bishop f8 and black is completely safe and he is suddenly winning. So yeah, such a move like g5, and from +6 you go to -6, which is crazy. So yeah, thank you, Aidan, for the comment. I hope it's useful for all you guys. I'm trying to explain the thinking process of these players because I can understand it. Luckily, they are playing on the similar level like me, so I can understand the process. Yeah, it's good. I like it very much. The games are interesting. They are fighting very hard. We don't see any short draws here, almost any. So it's nice. So the board number 10, to recapitulate, it's difficult for both players. White is actually in a time trouble now. And I know computer shows it's winning, and the idea of king d1 was brilliant. But on the other hand, black still has some counterplay, and it can easily be good for black in the game. If white makes some mistake, it can easily change. So let's have a short look at our players, because we left Tereza Rochstein here in a very difficult situation, and she decided to exchange queens, which is probably a good practical decision. I mean, this position is very bad, but at least it's a game. Yeah, but now this move bishop a3 I do not like, because I mean, this diagonal is important, right? So probably it was better to move the knight or to play rook ab1 calmly. And there is a nice move knight b5, which could decide the game. It's a very nice tactical shot and not such a difficult one, I would say, because now d6 pawn is hanging, knight c7 is a threat, and it's just basically game over. So now we were very lucky, because a very strong player like Joanna Rapport, she didn't find this move, and she played bishop a3 instead, which after f5 suddenly there is life in black's position. Suddenly it's only a small advantage for white. It's still better for white, but it's not such a big deal. The reason why it is better is that the pawn on d6 is weak. That's the problem. And yeah, white can play also bishop takes c5, which I would be careful about, because then the bishop gets to d4 and it can be unpleasant for white actually. So that's why Joanna Rapport is not taking the knight, but sometimes it's a possibility. I can imagine something like king f6 and bishop c1 here. Another possibility to how to activate pieces. And it's around equal. Yeah, it's better for white, but nothing really special. So yeah, Tereza survived a very difficult moment, that knight b5, and now she can play on h6. I don't know, but why not? Why not? Computer is showing some stuff like g4, but I don't get this. I don't know. I don't know why this is so good. Okay, normal game. Let's have a look at Natalka and Julia. Julia is winning, apparently. Okay, let's have a look. Knight f6, queen g3. Yeah, the position is a little bit better for white. She has a pressure here, and it seems like black didn't handle the pressure. The correct move would be rook c8, I believe. It's a relatively normal position. Probably she was afraid of losing material after bishop takes c6, queen takes c6, and queen takes e5. But I don't know, it's losing material for the other side, because now what do? I take, and then I take the bishop. So no, it would be even bad for white, so I can't take there. Maybe she was afraid of some knight d5, maybe takes knight d5. But yeah, this is playable for black. I can even go bishop d8. Of course, it's better for white. But after rook a7, it's a bigger problem, because the rook is very badly placed on a7. And I really like the next move of Julia, using the fact that the rook got stuck there on a7. She is coming back, and now a5 is a very strong threat. It's a nice moment. And I heard that for strong players, it's actually important to react on your opponent's moves, and they do it quite often, that they are trying to find the weak spot in the opponent's plan, and why his reaction is bad, and they react accordingly. And this is a very nice example, because of course white had a plan of attacking on the king side, playing something like bishop d5 or knight d5, and it's good, right? But after rook a7, immediately she changed her plan. She played bishop e3 with the threat of a5. It's a very nice example. I like this move very much. And for black, it was too difficult to handle. This a5 happened and bishop c5, but now the queen side is shattered, and even it was a possibility to change the plan again and use the disharmony in black pieces. The knight's hanging, there is this knight d5, and still b6 is under attack. So bishop g5 was even stronger. But anyway, bishop g5 came, and black remained with all these weaknesses. And then knight d5 is decisive. And it can be a very nice game by Julia Movsesyan. She outplayed her opponent by a very powerful move, bishop e3. And it seems like a nice game. Of course, we need to calculate queen takes c2, and for human it can also be a problem. But look at these pieces. I mean, come on, it has to be correct, right? Somehow. Look at these pieces. I don't know where black goes. It can't go to b6 because I win material by playing knight takes b6. If you take the knight, I go to b1. If you take with the queen, I go bishop e3. So I win the material, and it's necessary to go someplace else. But look at these pieces, there has to be something. So I hope Julia will intuitively sacrifice the pawn on c2 and win the game beautifully. And we have a draw in the game between Tiana Blagojevic and Natalia Kaniakova. Well, I told you that the computer evaluation of -2 is a big surprise for me. So the game confirmed my evaluation. But on the other hand, I really don't understand why black didn't play h4, right? The move suggests itself, because the knight has to go to h1, which is not a good move for not a good square for the knight. I can understand that maybe white will be able to play f3 and knight f2 in the future, but f3 move is opening up this bishop. You don't want to do it too quickly, because this bishop is gonna get powerful. But this move queen d7 I do not understand at all. I mean, it's very strange. It's even inviting white to play d5, which is actually a good move. I'm willingly sacrificing the pawn, but I'm opening up this bishop, and it's gonna be strong. And now let's compare this bishop, and I think the comparison is quite easy. And actually in the position with opposite colored bishop, it's possible to sacrifice one or even two pawns for getting the diagonal to your opponent's king. This is a brilliant compensation for the pawn, and actually computer is showing that white is better. I would evaluate like a very good compensation. I would be happy with white because there is no piece that can oppose to this bishop. Imagine the bishop on f8, then the evaluation is completely different. Black is just a pawn up and it can go to g7. But with the bishop on b7, what is black going to do, right? Where is the counterplay? You are going just to suffer and you need to defend this long diagonal, and it will be a hard task. Yes, sadly for white, she didn't use this opportunity and she played rook fd1. And after queen g4, they agreed on a draw. I think they are both tired already and the position was very difficult. It's actually very easy for me to analyze this because I have the bar from the computer. And I'm not tired after a long tournament, and I'm not feeling the pressure. So it's much easier for me to analyze. But on the other hand, this d5 move was not such a difficult one. And black playing d5 is also a mistake. And I think she offered a draw by playing d5, and I think white should have played on because the bishop is suddenly better than its counterpart. And I don't know, by playing knight e2, I can calmly continuing the game. Of course, black can exchange everything, play rook c8 now. And the most probable result is a draw. But actually, this in-game can be very unpleasant for black. You see all these weaknesses. d5 is a weakness. I'm gonna play king f1 calmly, or even bishop e7, and that will be a very unpleasant fight for a draw. This is a weakness. On the queen side you have weaknesses. g4, okay, it's not a weakness, but I can move my king here. Yeah, maybe it will be a draw, right? Maybe I don't have enough entry squares, but I can try going with the king like this, right? I can try. On the other hand, there will be counterplay on the king side, so yeah, maybe it will end in a draw, but it's a better position for white. Computer gives us a nice edge, so it could have been played on, but I think Natalka is tired and she agreed to a draw. So, one game down. No way, we have a draw on the first board. Oh my goodness. How is that possible? Oh my goodness. So we left the game here, and I told you it's over. And I was wrong. Anything can happen in a chess game. So let's see what happened, because this is a technical win. And white can play long castle. And black is going to resign soon, I think. I don't know. H takes, probably. I can even take with the knight now. But just to be sure, I'm gonna take with the pawn. And then, because this pawn is hanging, you can't play queen h8, so my next move will be rook h1. Come on. Right? This is just deadly lost. Just to be sure, I can play king b1 and then king a2. And then rook h1. I don't know. But in the game, for some reason, Gulnar Mamadova, maybe she was nervous already, because of course it would be a big victory. She played g takes h6, and after bishop takes h6, she played knight g5. And that I don't like, because immediately Monika Sochko grabbed her chance and she opened the position, which is already a big success for her. And still, I do believe that after a long castle, this is winning. Maybe maybe Gulnara Mammadova forgot that castle is possible. I don't know. Of course, castling on the move number 33, something you don't do very often, right? It's actually quite funny to castle on move 33. Maybe she forgot that this is possible, because otherwise I don't understand. Queen c7 and bishop takes a4. She wanted to win another pawn, and then she made a long castle show. She didn't forget. But she won another pawn. But look at this. These pieces are shattered all around the board. It looks like Chinese tea, not a chess game. They are all around the board with no cooperation between each other. On the other hand, Black was able to move the king to a6. Yeah, she really can fight. And psychologically, I think White wanted to win another pawn, but it's a mistake, because look at this bishop, where it goes. And look at this knight, where it goes. And now after knight e4, which actually, let's say, in this position, after knight takes f6, if I go long castle, then the move knight e4, okay, you can play that, but it's not possible, because I will just take, and I will just take, I don't know, with the knight or with the bishop, it doesn't really matter, because I get an endgame with 2 pawns up, and all your other remaining pawns are weak, right? So I'm gonna win this one. So you can't go knight e4 because of this. But when you go to c7 with the queen and to a4 with the bishop, now suddenly knight a4, knight e4 is perfectly possible. And believe me or not, computer says it's a draw, but White has only one move to make that draw. Oh my, this is like an action movie. White underestimated the power of possible Black's attack, because this pawn is hanging, and knight takes c3 becomes a very serious threat. And you can't take this knight. You're missing this bishop on c2. I don't know what happened. It must have been psychological, because otherwise you don't play bishop takes a4. Letting Black to play knight e4 is nothing. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Yeah, yesterday Monika Sochko was completely winning and it was a draw. So maybe Kaisa wanted to give her something back, I don't know. And Kaisa decided, the chess goddess, that it would be fair, but I don't know. I don't understand the White's reaction. Now it's terrible. Now I believe that we can easily see Gulnara Mammadova losing this one. Because after such a terrible miss, after knight e4, what are you going to do? Can you guess the only move that computer shows it's a draw? Anybody? In such a madness? Only one move? Unbelievable. But it's a logical one, yeah? It's f4. Because you need to block this diagonal and save this pawn, block the queen. So it's not that hard. But understanding that you have some defense after knight takes c3 is hard. I mean, this is the only move, but anyway, knight takes c3 looks very powerful for Black. But luckily for White, after some exchanges, let's say, I don't know, like this, it seems that Black attack is just enough for a draw, which is a small surprise to me, because I would be very worried for White here. Very. I don't know where the draw is. This queen takes c3. But apparently some defense like rook e1 and king d1 is the solution, but I would be very worried, extremely worried here. I'm very surprised that White, in this position, instead of king f1, she played it like that, and then she even took on g5 with the knight. Why? Oh, no. That instead of waiting and taking on g5 with the pawn, she entered the square with the knight, and then she allowed this knight e4, and now she is in a very bad situation. Whew, it's a sports tragedy for all Azerbaijani fans. Unbelievable. Letting the knight to e4 was a big mistake. And now not only f2 pawn is hanging, but knight takes c3 is there. So she already spent 4 minutes on this one. She is trying desperately to create something, but you have only queen on c7, which is not a threat for black's king. But all black pieces, bishop, queen, rook, knight, are aiming towards this direction. So knight takes c3 is suddenly very possible with a deadly attack. And okay, computer shows it's a draw, but no, don't believe that. I mean, maybe a draw, but after such a huge miss, because of course white knew it was winning, and now she knew. Okay, she understands that not only the advantage is gone, but the counterplay of black is very frightening. So she understands that perfectly, and it's a bad feeling. Okay, you are saying to yourself like, how could I spoil this one? Right? It was completely winning. How could I allow this knight to jump to e4? So you think more about that than you think about variations, and psychologically it's difficult to handle this. And if I can make a bet, I would bet on black now. Unbelievable. The second board is also very funny because I would expect a draw there, but they are continuing, and actually white is making some progress. On the other hand, black made a threat against this pawn, which is quite annoying, and I don't know how white is going to save this pawn. Probably there is no way. And it's also a big mess. Come on. Yeah, we are entering the time travel, and I have a message in chat that I can have a look at our very talented player, Anička Lhotska. I can do that very quickly, and then I will return to the top boards. Because Anička is playing very nice chess in this tournament, and yeah, she's winning today. Congratulations! Thank you for bringing my attention to this, because as you can see, black is completely winning, and I really can't imagine any way to spoil this, because white is a piece down, and also it's objectively, strategically very bad. So let's have a look where it went wrong for white after a very interesting opening. It's a London system, I suppose, or something like that. The critical moment is around here, where white decided to chase a ghost, and she wanted to take black's rook, but it didn't work out. And after queen c8, bishop a6. Oh, that was white's idea. Okay, I get it now. But after bishop takes b7 and rook e8, she realized that these two bishops are going to have a headache, because they have no purpose there. And the other pieces are scattered along all these squares, and they have no cooperation between each other. So I'm surprised by computer evaluation that it's already -4 after knight b3. But I can really understand that you're not going to win a chess game with the bishops alone. And probably white overlooked the power of the rook e8 move, which really brings us to the position that's unlucky for white, because even after c4, how do you gonna get this bishop to home, you know? And we will see that in a game, because knight c5 is a threat. And then after bishop c6, there is rook c8, attacking all these bishops, and white is going to lose the material. And Olga Zimina is a very experienced international master from Italy. And I think she underestimated our young Anička Lhocká, which is a surprise because Anička played a very nice tournament, and she has like 1, 2, 3, 4 points, 4 points out of 9, and now she will be at 5 points out of 10, which is not, I mean, she's not fighting for the top, but with her rating 2000, she is gaining a lot of points, that I know for sure. So, yeah, a very good result for Anička. It was caused by her opponent over optimistic play with these bishops, and then, yeah, look at these pieces. I mean, how this knight is going to be saved, and look at this knight. Yeah, no use. This bishop is powerful. Look at this knight, right? This knight and this knight, and yeah, it's all bad. So now, yeah, black won the game. Very good achievement by Anička. I think we can believe that this is going to be a win for black, I hope. And in time troubles, I will go back for the top boards, where actually bishop c2, played by Gulnár Mamadová, is a losing mistake. But for some reason, oh my god, how this is just crazy. I mean, everybody would take queen takes f2 here, no? Like, you, in a blitz game, you would just take the pawn and have a winning advantage. How is white supposed to defend this one? Everything is hanging in the air. But for some reason, yeah, just to show one sample threat, after queen takes f2, the threat is queen e3, and knight takes c3. So I told you this is the idea, and queen e3 first maybe, or just bishop takes g5 and then. It's not only winning an exchange, but also getting access to the b2 square. So let's imagine, I don't know. There is no move for white. Even if I want to suggest a move, I struggle because there is no move for white at all. You can't take the knight because there is queen takes b2 mate, and that's just it. And I can't find a move. The computer is suggesting that the best move is queen takes b6, which is, of course, a losing one. But for some reason, after bishop c2, Monika Sočko took the knight with her best piece. With her best piece from e4. I'm gonna miss this knight, girls. I want this knight to be on e4. I'm so sad. Oh my. And I know what she overlooked, I will tell you. She overlooked that after king b1, queen takes a3 is not possible. It looks very good, but then there is queen takes b6, yeah? And that's what she overlooked. And she realized it only after king b1, where she was thinking for 2 minutes over her next move. And only here she realized that it went wrong. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. So I was right that for a human it's impossible to handle such pressure after knight e4. And after bishop c2, the position is objectively lost. And after a simple move like queen takes f2, white has nothing. But black thought that knight takes g5 is a simple win, that she will take on a3, normally. But after queen takes b6, it's over but for black. Unbelievable stuff. And now they have moved 38, and after such a roulette, now white has the only move to save the game. Unbelievable. Because, or maybe it was the plan all along. I don't know, maybe she calculated bishop f4, because now, after queen c5, I'm gonna get bishop d6, right? So maybe it was planned all along, but after queen d7, yeah, that's correct, and that's what That's what Gulnara Mammadova played. Now it's a draw because you take on a3 and I have this annoying queen a4 check. Oh my goodness. That was a game. And queen takes a3 on the board, and now we are going to see a draw. At least I can say something. I will say it. It will be a draw for sure. Because no, this is not going to end with another result. Because, yeah, they already exchanged these queens, and come on, this is a draw, right? With opposite colored bishops. And equal material. It's also equal positionally, because this is a weakness and also this is a weakness, and bishops are okay, both of them. I can imagine black having some slight pressure by b5, b4, but no. Now white is going to handle this because we already crossed move 40. They will get another half an hour, so white will go to the toilet. She will wash her face. That would be the best way to do after such a game. You just need to go, forget all this, and make a draw against this b5, b4. It can be slightly tricky, but I think no, it will be a draw. Let's imagine a simple variation of bishop d1 and bishop g4. It's a dead draw. Yeah, after this, I just show this to the spectators that, oh yeah, I can even take on c3, but I will just take here, just to exchange rooks, and this is a draw. Yeah, well, that was a fight. So in the beginning, Monika Sochko was very surprised by a smart opening choice made by Gulnara Mammadova. She got herself into a very bad position, but instead of winning calmly, maybe even after the time control, Gulnara Mammadova played this g4, g5 break, and then she took with the knight, and she allowed black knight to jump to e4, and then suddenly it was critical for white. But Monika Sochko miscalculated the line with knight takes g5, and she exchanged her best piece. And the game ended in this position, which is a draw. Unbelievable. You don't get this in a game of 2,700 players, like top 10 on the world. You don't get this in Magnus Carlsen game. Okay, from time to time, yeah, they make mistakes, but this is extraordinary. You can even physically feel the pressure they are experiencing. It's the round number 10. Playing for the European Championship title after a long tournament, and many of these girls played the Olympiad in Chennai, so they are very tired. And yeah, and then we see such things. And what does it mean? With a draw, Monika Sochko will have 8 out of 10. I know I said that Gulnara Mammadova will win. I know. I already calculated all the points. I know that. I'm sorry for that. But with this one, Monika will have 8 out of 10, and she will be half a point in the lead, and she will have white in the last round. And that's a very good position, actually. So, yeah, she is the biggest favorite for winning the title. After surviving this critical situation, and we have bishop e8 on the board. So I guess the plan is the same, to go bishop f7 and attack the e6 pawn. And that's a good move, and I think that's a wrap up, and we will see a draw. So let's move to another game. The game of Jelena Danielyan in a huge time trouble for both players. We are still seeing approximately equal-ish position, but a very difficult one for both players, because the h5 pawn is a little bit weak. The d5 bishop is strong. On the other hand, this is the weakness. And I can imagine this knight to be very strong in the future. Also a7 is the weakness, so very difficult situation for both players. And they are both playing for a win. I can feel that. So white lost a pawn. Yeah, she forgot about this possibility. No. Why she didn't? Oh, I see. No. I don't get it. Oh, no. Oh, after king h2 there is this mate. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. That's bad. So that's why... but she played this for a long time, that she wanted to take on a7. She put this battery on the a file. She wanted to take, but suddenly it's impossible due to this little trick. And that's actually very bad psychologically. For some reason computer is showing 0, 0, 0, but I don't get it at all, and the move is supposed to be rook e1, which I don't get. So then maybe the reason is that after rook e1 already this move is possible. So it creates a threat, because then there is no backrank issue. So now I understand the move rook e1, but of course no human would make it. So rook c1 on the board. She wants to go rook c7 somehow, but rook c7 is still not possible due to rook d1, I think. So yeah, it looks very good for Gunay Mamadzada. I think Jelena Danilian overpressed somehow. She wanted to win the game, which is understandable, but Gunay Mamadzada is a very good player. She was able to activate her rooks, which was her biggest problem in the position. And she took a pawn on d4, which is a very juicy pawn. And now after rook c4, she's a pawn up, and she has every reason to be happy in this position. So, yeah, what do we have on the next board? We have this in-game, but it improved dramatically for Inna Gaponenko. She is a very experienced player, and she was able to handle the time control very well. For black, it was a mistake to exchange rooks here. She got outplayed somehow around here. This is okay, but after f3, somehow it got out of hand. It was better to keep the bishop on this diagonal to create some threats like rook d2, rook d1. But yeah, maybe it was unpleasant for black after all. Maybe I underestimated this position. This knight on c5 is very good. So maybe I underestimated white's chances here. Because I know white is a pawn down. But all these weaknesses and the knight can be strong. Yeah, maybe I underestimated that. Computer says it's equal. But in the game rook d4 followed. And after king f2, white's king is very active. And now surely you need this move. I mean, this is a must. You need to play f4. She didn't, and she allowed white's king to go to e3. And suddenly there is this blockade on the dark squares. And computer says this one is winning. And she even can go into the pawn in game, which surprises me a lot. Pawn in game with a pawn down is winning. Wow. That's something new to learn. With a pawn down, they say this one is winning. The reason is that I will create a passed pawn, a distance passed pawn. Then after g4 I will take with my f pawn, and I will create these two pawns against this one. Then I will use this one as a bait for black's king. I will take and then to go to the queen side. So now I understand. But I also understand perfectly why this was not played. Because Inna Gaponenko was in a time trouble, and in a time trouble to calculate this one is very difficult, right? Also, there is an important point that after f takes e4, always after a5, I think you need to go a4, not to allow black to have any counterplay on the queen side. And now, after king e5, we get to the same plan I was talking about. Instead, king d4 happened, which is also quite good, but black got her chances. She was allowed to go bishop d5, but anyway, this one is dangerous, right? It's very difficult to play for both sides. But it's dangerous, and White wants to get to the time control. She is moving like this, not to spoil anything. And after the time control, she will think about this. But maybe she will realize that the best moment has passed away, that knight takes e6 was a possibility, and black will not let her to have another chance. Yeah, I don't think after king d6 there is a way to break black's blockade. But on the other hand, it's a little bit annoying. I can imagine something like knight d3 now, getting the king to c5, and I can imagine this to be win for white after some inaccuracies for black. I think objectively it should be holdable, but it's annoying for black, and I can really imagine this to be a win for Nina Gaponenko, which would be a big boost for her chances, because currently she is on a 6.5 and she would be on 7.5 fighting for one of the medals at this European Championship. So this will be a long game, I think. She will try very hard to find a win here, but objectively I think it should be holdable for black, although the position is annoying. And we already see black winning in this game. It was the opening we were talking about with the bishop on a8, but it went horribly wrong, and we left the game somewhere around here. I told you that the position of white is just falling apart because we have two pieces for the rook and the pawn, and now even the pawn is gone, and white rooks are badly placed, the knight is badly placed, and all black pieces are perfect. So I'm not surprised it already ended. White tried something. She even created a mating threat, which is a big success. And she tried, I don't know, some gamble with knight c3 because she knew the position is lost. So black took everything. Then she calmly played g6, queen c5, knight e4. Yeah. She transferred the game to the end game with two pieces and two pawns against the rook, which is a lot. So white has no chance. No, it's even three pieces already, I'm sorry. But white has no chance anyway, so she resigned. A big win for Lilith Machkian, and she is gonna get a chance for the title. And as I see from the result, she didn't lose a single game here. Oh my, that's nice. And she won many of her black games. Wow, nice job. Well, that's also a bit sad that she will have white in the last round, maybe, yeah? We will see the pairings, because as I understand, we have many players who are supposed to have white in the last round, and not all of them can have white, so probably there will be some double blacks, which is quite sad in the last two rounds, but it's just a Swiss system. It's like that. Okay, but we have a very nice fighting round, and we already see a draw in the first game. Oh my god, that was a fight. So, I wish both players a good night's sleep, and yeah, some energy for the last round, just to find some rest of these of the energy, and hopefully they will put up a great fight in the last round. So far, I can understand that Monika Sochko is leading the tournament, and she has the biggest chance to become the European champion. I will have a short break, and after a short break, we will do a short recapitulation of this round, and we will take a look at interesting end games that occurred at this round number 10. So thank you for watching, thank you very much, and see you soon. Bye. Okay, guys, welcome back to the commentary. You saw the playing hall that's beginning to become empty, let's say. The games are finishing, and we will do a short recapitulation of the results. We have a very crazy draw on board one. You saw the game together with me. It was a huge fight. It was like an action movie. And also we have a win for black on board number 4. We also saw that game. And Anna Ushenina won on board 6, which means she has 7 points and she will have a shot tomorrow for a very nice place. But overall, Monika Sochko is leading, and we are waiting for the result on the second board because Gunay Mamadzada can actually join her on 8 out of 10. And we will look through the remaining games, but I will also say that Julia Movsesian lost against Anastasia Paramzina, which is a surprise for me. I will check that. And Natalka Kanyakova made a draw against Jana Blagojevic. I already saw that. And also as Czech Chess Federation, we have Teresa Rothstein there, and the game is still on. So let's have a look. The board number 2, Gunay Mamadzada against Jelena Danielian. We left the game somewhere around here, and I told you that Rook c4 would be my choice, exchanging the most dangerous, maybe one of the best pieces of white. But this material with 2 rooks worked very well for Gunay Mamadzada in the last few moves, so I can understand why she didn't exchange rooks. But actually now, White was able to find the moves computer suggested a few moves ago, this rook e1, which improves the comparison between white pieces. Now white knight can jump to e5, and also there is no back rank issue, so now rook c7 is possible, because rook d1 is no longer a threat. Knight e5 happened, and after rook a3, queen d2, and now white is a pawn down, of course, but the knight on e5 is very beautiful, and the knight is so nice that the pawn is not that important. And now we get to the point where time trouble ended, and black played queen b4, which is a little bit annoying move. And just after the time control, we have this position after queen f2, and it's a mess. You know, it's a mess, and it will be a long and difficult fight for both players. Because, for example, now the b5 pawn is hanging. I know that. But also a7 pawn is hanging, right? And also knight g6 is a threat. So, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. What's the evaluation? What's the best move? I know nothing here. It's a big mess. So anything can happen. Computer says it's slightly better for black, but after an inhuman move, king h7, and I tell you, this is not going to happen, because I don't know what's the idea after queen c2, probably rook f5, but no, this is not going to happen. And yeah, the most logical move for a human is queen takes b5, but then after queen takes a7, I think this is not dangerous for white. The knight is so nice. I'm a pawn down, but come on. Maybe it's also not dangerous for black. I would expect some kind of a draw here, but it's just a guess. It's really a big mess. Rook c8 happened in the game, which is a way to activate black's rook. Interesting. And knight g6, that's logical, activating the knight again. Now there is a potential threat of knight e7 in the future. Also the back rank is a problem for black. Imagine white rook going here. It would be a disaster. Of course, we are not there yet. And that actually may be the reason why black played rook c8, because she wanted to stop rook c1. I can understand that perfectly. So that's the reason. And after knight g6, black is thinking already for 3 minutes. And yeah, I think this is a very difficult position. For example, look at this bishop on d5. It's looking very good, right? But actually doing nothing, only covering this pawn. Sometimes it can sacrifice on f3. There was even such a possibility, for example, somewhere around here. That's why, yeah, something like rook f5 I would consider here. And then bishop takes f3 is sometimes in the air. But it didn't happen, and now after knight g6 I don't know what black is going to do, honestly. This is not possible, so maybe now actually king h7 is more logical. Maybe that will happen, because now queen c2 is not possible, and maybe this will happen, right? It's actually looking good. It's a good combination of rook c8 and king h7. Now my king is safe, and I'm starting to threat this pawn. Queen takes a7 is not possible now, because the rook is hanging. So yeah, I do like king h7 now. Yeah, the very important nuance is that queen c2 is not possible. The rook is hanging, and also the rook is covering the c2 square. This is a very strange position, because usually, you know, I'm used to see, even in strange positions as a grandmaster, usually some moves pop into my head, you know, from the experience and from what I saw before. But here, nothing. I don't know, honestly. There is no move in my head for white or for black. I don't know what the plan is. And the most surprising thing is that the position looks relatively normal, right? And it is relatively normal, but for human it's very difficult to combine all these possible threats. For example, f4 is now under attack, also rook is under attack. Very difficult to find stability. That's the word. And Petr often uses that word in his commentary. I learned a lot from his commentary. It's amazing. So that's the word he often uses, stability. And that's what I miss for both players now. And that's actually the reason why computer is suggesting rook e5. Because it gains some stability, at least. We are covering these pieces, and I can imagine then king h2 is the next move, protecting the king. And then I like white's position more than 2 moves ago. Of course, white would do something and black would do something. Queen takes b5, for example. But to find stability and cooperation between pieces, I believe in this position it is more important than material. For example, I can imagine that after king h2 then and queen h4 next, winning this pawn is far more important than b5 and anything, because when white will be able to get to this king, it will be a powerful attack. But the move rook e5 didn't come into my mind. I had to ask the computer during the commentary, which is a little bit, it's just a shame. Because it's unusual, very unusual for my opinion. So yeah, but actually black struggles to find a good move here. She's already thinking for 7 minutes. As I told you, these girls are playing on the same level with me, and I can imagine they are fighting with this position, yeah, exactly like me. And she is thinking for 7 minutes already. So she gets close to another time trouble, which is very tiring, because it's hard to find a move for black. And even this move is not easy to make, but I think it's the best one. Otherwise, I don't know. Of course, black can play queen c5, right? And admit that this one is going to end in a draw. It's stupid, I know, because I leave this pawn to its fate. But yeah, why not, right? And I admit that probably I'm going to defend such a worse in-game, slightly worse position for black, but it will be a draw. I'm going to make a draw here. So it's a possibility, but of course one doesn't want to play queen c5. I think actually Gunaima Mazzara is thinking about this move, but she is desperately trying to find something better. The problem for blacks is that this bishop is really doing nothing, and it's very difficult to suggest a way how to get to the second or the first rank, because white played this queen f2 move, which was brilliant, and then knight g6 correctly. So I would put my money on the draw, but yeah, if I have to pick a side, I would actually pick white. Maybe a little bit surprising, but I feel that this knight is unpleasant for black, and there is a difference between this knight and the bishop. So the material is not that important in a human's game, but the most probable outcome is a draw. Let's say after, I don't know, queen takes b5. Yeah, this is not possible now. I mean, this is difficult. Queen takes b5 is not possible. But what I wanted to say, that in the case of queen takes a7, I suspect queen c5 will happen, and they will exchange everything and they will make a draw. But even in this position, white can play on, because white is very slightly better with the knight. Pawns are on one wing. This is a good pawn. Some weaknesses for black, but of course it's a draw. Interesting situation. I know that you will see the evaluation of a computer, but queen c5 on the board. Come on, girls. Thank you very much. I'm happy, of course, because I'm not commenting badly with some nonsenses. Queen c5 really happened. Black struggled for 9 minutes. She wasn't able to find a better move. Maybe this king h7 didn't enter her mind, or she didn't want to play it for some reason. And she offered this queen's exchange I was talking about. And I'm expecting a draw here. But I'm also expecting that Jelena Danielyan will try to find a way how to push in this position. We will see knight takes f4, I think. I think Jelena is quite happy now, because this position she can play on, I think. I know computer is showing 0, 0, 0, I know, right? But I don't care. I played many of such games with the knight against the bishop, and it can be quite annoying for black. And I think really this decision of queen c5 was not happy. I think black was not happy about this move, but she wasn't able to find anything better. I know this feeling perfectly. So now we have this position, and I'm expecting knight takes f4. This game is crucial for the final standings. I know it may seem a little bit dull or a little bit difficult to comprehend, but I'm trying to do my best, because this game is crucial for the final standings. Gunaima Mazzara can be even together with Monika Sochko the leader of the tournament. So it's very, very important. What do we have here? After knight b7, I told you that it should be a draw, but I'm expecting white to fight very hard. And for some reason, computer is showing that the move bishop e2 is a mistake. I don't know. Of course, bishop c2 looks more logical, and if the same moves, I put the same moves like what happened in the game, you will see it in a very short time. The key idea is to defend the pawn from a4. Well, I can understand that, yeah. Because you are not allowing white to improve her position by playing a4. And apparently this is a draw. Of course, white can try, but yeah. This one I do understand, but in the game bishop e2 happened, and king d7, and then after knight a5, white is jumping with the knight, and it jumped to b3, which is apparently a big step forward. It was not possible with the bishop on a4, of course. And now the the knight is going to d4. This is not a win directly because of bishop e4, but I can understand now where is the difference, because after h5, carefully calculated by Ina Gaponenko, black is doomed. Black is in a Zugzwang, guys. Zugzwang is a special sort of position where you would like to say pass, you would like to say you will not make any move, but according to the rules, you have to. So black has to make a move. And that's the problem, because she is going to lose one of these very important pawns. There is no move for black, and that's the problem. And after a6, a4, finally she has to go away with the bishop. And after losing one of these pawns, the position is lost, because all advantages for white, they remain. I will play a5 in the near future. Then I will go back with the knight, and then I will play b5, going into a pawn-in game with a distance pass pawn and winning the game. I can see that already. So this is going to be a big win for Ina Gaponenko against a young Azerbaijan player, Ulvia Fatalieva, who was playing on the top boards for the whole event. But today it was a strategic lesson, and it seems like she is going to lose a difficult endgame with the bishop against the knight. Okay, but the game is still on, and for example, bishop e2 is a nice move. She is trying to threat the h5 pawn, and for white it's important not to be worried about this, because this pawn is not going anywhere. So it's important, let this pawn go and play knight b8 check, very important move, and then to take a6 pawn, which is far more important than f5 pawn. For example, if you play knight d4 here, it would be a big mistake, I think, because I can take the pawn. Okay, maybe it's winning anyway, but I think it's not that clear, because I go bishop d1, and maybe it is winning, but already a5 is the only move. Knight takes h6, they say it's a draw. So this is completely unnecessary, and instead of taking this pawn, you are going to wait with a5, and then you are going to take this pawn on a6. It's important, and yeah, I think this is gonna end in a white's victory. And what do we have? This is the board number 3, so Ina Gaponenko is going to have a 7.5 out of 10, fighting for the medals. And there is another player who can be at 7.5 out of 10, 7.5 in the large group of the girls fighting for the medals. It can be Alexandra Maltsevskaya, but she needs to win this position. It's an interesting one. It's a long fight, because other games are ended or are ending, and this one is in a full swing. After 43 moves, they got into this position, which I struggle to understand. I can of course see that this one is better for black, because she has the bishop pair, an advanced pawn on f3. Also the rook on b3 is stupid. White's king is a little bit under pressure. On the other hand, computer is showing -4. The bar on the left side is completely empty, and I don't understand such evaluation. But yeah, I do understand that this position is much better for black, right? So it's a task for Alexandra Maltsevskaya to actually win this position. And how do we do that? Well, that's a difficult one. I don't know, honestly. Queen h6, it seems like a good move, but I think bishop e3 will follow. But then I guess we calmly go to g7. And if white bishop goes back, because we need to protect the pawn on g3, right? And protect the king, so let's say the bishop goes back, I think we can calmly pick up the pawn on b2. Why not? It's a pawn, right? Pawn is a pawn. And then maybe we can win in a technical way. But yeah, this one is also very difficult. We will see it in the future whether black will be able to capitalize on her advantage. But yeah, I do believe after bishop e3, queen g7 follows and position should be winning. Then I will have an update on Czech games. Tereza Rochstein. Where is Tereza? I want to see Tereza. We left the game somewhere around here with a small advantage to white. It could have been worse, right, in the game after the opening. Now the position is already quite okay for both players. Some weaknesses for both sides, but nothing really special. The knight on e4 is very strong, and Tereza was able to get some play. On the other hand, strategically, this one is a monster, so it's very risky play by black. But she wants to have an active play, and it's her style all her life, so it's not a surprise for me. Okay, now computer shows. Like king f6 was the possibility, and king e5, and the rook has no square, right? And also this bishop is hanging. That would be annoying. But this opportunity was not used, but rook e7 is also good. And I guess this is around equal. Nice positional exchange sacrifice. Tereza is playing a good chess here. It's a nice tournament for her. Keeping the initiative going. She is not afraid of anything. And yeah, good fighting chess. So she was able to diffuse white's advantage. And here in this position, I would rather pick black actually. I know that I am down a lot of material, but look at black and white pieces. There's a big difference, right? These pieces are hanging in the air, but it's very difficult to come up with another plan for black actually. Maybe we ran out of ideas, right? And the pawn is marching forward. For some reason, computer is showing like we should attack with the king. What is that? Come on. And king g6 on the board. Come on, this is something. I don't get it at all. Oh, I get it now. Oh, that's nice. Oh, she wanted to play rook b2. But the problem is rook e4. Oh, come on. That's the explanation. That's why she moved away her king. And after a5, she wants to go rook b2. Of course, she is not happy to lose this tempo. Right? She would be happy to play rook b2 instantly, but it's not possible. So she had to play this preparatory move, and then we can expect rook b2. Yeah, Tereza is playing a very, very good game. Yeah, you probably know Maxim Rochstein, right? It's not a coincidence, the names. And I hope Maxim is happy because Tereza seems to be happy. She is playing a great tournament. I really like her chess a lot. As you can see, she's not afraid of anything. We have a5 on the board already, so I'm expecting rook b2. And actually this attack is very powerful. I mean, yeah, rook b2 on the board, and now f2 is hanging, and what are you going to do about it? The computer says rook d takes e4 is the only move. Come on. That's a difficult move to make. Yeah, of course, the idea is that then f2 is not hanging and you can move away the bishop, and it's just sort of a crazy position which should end in a draw, but I would rather pick black actually. On the other hand, this pawn is strong, so I don't know. But if you don't do it, I will just take here with the rook. For example, if you go a6, just to illustrate the problem in white's position, I can take here, but I can also maybe even go rook a2. And how do you save this pawn? I'm going to take it, right? But maybe it's better to take f2. There is a mating attack. If you go a7, I go rook g2. And there is a mate on next move. you go here or here, and I go knight g3 in any case. So it's actually a nice mating attack with only 3 pieces. So white has to do something about it, and moving the pawn to a7 is not the right thing to do. So yeah, we are waiting for the move of Jovana Rapport, but I think she has to step on the brake and sacrifice the exchange. But I'm curious how Julia Rochstein lost her game, because where do we have the game? She was better, no? Yeah, she was winning, apparently. Yeah, we left the game here, and I was praising her play. I do remember now that objectively it should be very good for white, with all these weaknesses for black and active rooks for white, and all these weaknesses should be good. But it must have been some blunder, I don't know. This is a dominating performance. I like this very much. Must have been some blunder. Oh my, this is very strange. Yeah, it was a blunder. The c3 move changed the evaluation from +7 to -5. This is a very strange decision from Julia. Yeah, knight f6, no? I don't know, maybe, yeah. I honestly don't know. I have a very strong threat. On the other hand, it's not clear to me, but it seems very good. I can also play rook a3 then and moving the rook along. I don't know. Knight f6 was the idea. But also, if you take on b6, it's better for white. It's already not winning, yeah? That's a little bit sad issue. But anything is better than c3. I don't know, something went really wrong in Julia's calculation. Maybe she overlooked the move knight c3, but yeah, probably. Yeah, it's a sad story. So the blunder decided the outcome of the game. So Julia lost. Hopefully she will be able to recover tomorrow. And we can go back, if I understood it correctly. Also, we can check this game. Yeah, I told you that it shows that white is winning, but anything can happen, and I was right. Because after h5, apparently white made a blunder. I don't know the reason why she didn't take on h5. I don't know, honestly. She played rook hg1 instead. And now knight c4. But she is missing this move, you know. And black can take on g4 now. But anyway, she took with the bishop. And now h5 happened. Apparently there was d6, but I don't understand that. King e2. Yeah, black is quicker now. You see? H takes g6. Rook takes c4. And we tried something similar during the game. I will return to this because I overlooked. Now king takes f7 would be a disaster for black. But I overlooked king f8. Very nice possibility. And now black is faster. The mate is threatening, I have no checks. And it's a game over. So maybe that was a blunder. That was missed by white in her calculations. If I return to this moment, g takes h5 was a correct decision. And if we do the same thing, like rook c8, for example, that's what she played in the game. Now there is a big difference in the move order, because now I go rook g1. I don't go what I wanted to say. H takes g6 and g takes f7, because I overlooked this king f8 possibility. But I can go here, right? And if you take, I just take. No? And it's a mate now. I can see the mate. I hope so. I'm already a little bit tired. Yeah, thank you for the comment, Dictator. The blunders are all there on the board, waiting to be made. Yeah. Yeah, humans tend to make mistakes. It's normal. But I am not wrong here. Computer shows mate in 4. It's good. I will show you the mating idea I have in mind, because this is a problem. And that means there is a very tiny edge between losing and winning in such position. So usually when computer shows +4, it means like a winning position, and of course white will not be happy after the game, but there are advantages everybody would use. And then there are advantages that are hanging on a thread, and only one way is leading to a victory, and otherwise you lose. And even after thinking for 15 minutes, Stavrula didn't find the correct solution. But I can understand it was very difficult, because I would be very tempted to go into this line, and I would lose in the same way like she did. This is actually not that over for me, because I have better position in the game. In the game, they were doing it like this, and this was even a stronger threat. In this situation, I can maybe play Rook F2 and hold that somehow. But yeah, difficult situation, and it was a win for Erlin Rebers after a tense fight. They are really fighting like heroes this tournament. Rook AG1 was an unfortunate decision, which was leading to a bad position, but it was very difficult. I really liked this idea of evacuating this king to d1, and I'm a little bit sad that it didn't work out, but that's just how it is, right? So we can return to the biggest fight here, between Elina Danielian and Gunay Mamadzada, fighting for the medals. I explained to you why this queen c5 move happened, why it's not that good, but that I can really understand what was Gunay Mamadzada thinking process. And we really got into this endgame. I told you that it's showing 0, 0, 0 here. It's equal according to the computer, but I told you that there are some slight chances with white, and I'm not surprised that Elina Danielian was thinking for 6 minutes, and she is playing for a win here. Maybe her opponent offered a draw or something, maybe don't, I don't know. But I'm not surprised that the game continues, because of course it's a draw. But if anybody can push for a win, it's white. And on top of that, she is a very experienced player. And she knows that it's a penultimate round number 10 out of 11. And you really need to use all your chances in such situation, right? If it's a draw, then it's a draw. But you need to push. Magnus Carlsen would, of course, push for a win here. For example, this pawn is weak, but you can't take it because the bishop on b7 is hanging. And it's good that Gunay Mamadzada put the bishop on b7, but because it was very important not to let this rook to the 7th rank freely. For example, imagine this position. It would be a disaster for black, I think. So it's good that the bishop is there, but then the rook can't move, the pawn's weak, right? The king has no purpose. So white will calmly activate the king to g3, and then I don't know, honestly, then it's a draw probably. But you can try whether black makes some blunder or If she plays it badly, then we can get some winning chances. Well, we activate the king first, and then we look all over the board whether we have some chance or not. So this is going to be a long game. And also black begins to feel the pressure of the time treble. That's another issue, and you can see that this position is not, she is not happy about it. You can see from her time management, she was thinking for a long time over this queen c5, and she already is in the second time treble, and that's annoying. You know, I think she didn't handle the pressure, the move queen c5. She wanted to make a forced draw, but she didn't. Of course, this position is a draw, but still there is some slight pressure, and the game will continue. So the queen c5 was a little bit unfortunate decision, I think. And what do we have on the board number 3? Still winning, right, for Irina Gaponenko. She will join the leaders of the tournament. a5, very good move. Yeah, we talked about that. It's important to play a5 because after bishop takes h5, there is this knight b8, so it was played correctly. But it took, 20 minutes. Oh my, that's a lot. So she got into a time trouble. That's a little bit unpleasant, but she found the correct plan. For example, if the bishop remains here, let's say, I don't know, bishop f1 or something, I will play b5. And in this pawn-in game, I use the fact that I have a distance passed pawn. So I will use it as a bait, just to illustrate the thinking process. I mean, instead of b5, there was also this pawn on f5. So just to illustrate, now I go king c6, and I go a6, and I win the game like this. You have to go for the pawn, and I also go for your pawns, and it's winning for white. And we do have this on the board. Black, of course, doesn't want to exchange this bishop because it would be a losing pawn in game. But anyway, I have this very strong passed pawn, and I'm expecting something like king c8. But I can also use this pawn as a bait, like in a pawn-in game. I can play calmly a6. And if you go here, I go here. Well, I'm not sure, I'm not sure. This is actually quite difficult, but it should be winning. That's what I know. But okay, let's go. I'm not afraid. I will use this pawn as a bait. Now the question is, what do you do? It doesn't really matter because I play this anyway. And I take. And I get into this position. And I do believe that this is winning, that I'm going to take all of your pawns. But I need to be precise. And I'm not sure what's the most precise move. I guess king d6. Of course, you will go to take this pawn. That's logical. But I think I can calmly continue. I don't know. I would like to attack this pawn by the knight because I will take this pawn by the queen. So I will go like this. And then I move my king there. And I will take both of your pawns like this. And I think this one is winning. Because you see your king is too far away. And then I take on f6, I take on f5, and I win the game. Because all of your pawns are going to be taken. And then with 2 pawns up, I'm going to win this game. But honestly, it's a difficult thing to do in a time treble. But I think exchanging these 2 pawns and forcing black king to go to a8 is the right thing to do. But yeah, king c8 we have on the board. And now is the critical moment. But I think we will see knight d4. Somehow I do believe that I would make this move, but I would really calculate this a6. So I don't know, maybe she will play it. It's winning, of course, and maybe it's the simplest way. Because we have this knight d4, But how do you get with the king somewhere, right? There is this blockade that the c7 pawn blocks this, and all this diagonal is blocked. So I have some trouble to find a way how should I win this one. Of course it's winning, but I have some trouble with this. So again, computer is showing +7, but this is not easy at all. It's not like having an extra piece for nothing. This is much more difficult. But yeah, I do believe that playing a6, a7 is leading to a pretty straightforward victory. Giving up this pawn is very hard, psychologically, but I do believe that this is a relatively easy victory. So, yeah, I analyzed almost everything, but then we have this very important and very difficult game where, strangely enough, queen g7 and bishop takes b2 didn't happen. That's a surprise for me because it's a winning possibility. Queen h7 happened instead. I thought it's with the idea of winning this pawn, but it also wasn't taken. Okay. And after all, she took a c2 pawn. Oh my, what's happening here? Oh my. Well, I can understand that. From a human's point of view, she wanted to exchange this bishop. Yeah, we have already bishop takes and b takes on the board. She wanted to get rid of this bishop because then white has some slight hopes of queen a7 or e5, and it can be unpleasant from a human point of view. Of course, this position is winning for black, but really I can imagine more clear ways to win this game. Yeah, I would suggest queen g7 again. I don't know. Of course, this one is different. Maybe you can play e5 actually. Yeah, maybe. But you are not supposed to take this one. This is different. You have no counterplay here. You're too slow, I think. And you go queen e3 now, trying to check me. I just take, and it's different because I have the rook here. There is no pawn on c3. When you compare it to the game where we have b takes c3, you can feel the difference, right? The pawn is still there, e5 is in the air. So I think, yeah, queen g7 is a good move. And that's gonna end badly for white because after queen f4, it's important that we have queen f6. So I think Alexandra Malceska will win, and it will be a very good news for Polish fans because they will have how many players? How many players they will have? Like Monika Sochko, she has 8 points, and Alexandra Malceska will have 7.5. So they will have 2 girls trying to win the medal here in Prague. So big news for Polish fans. I think this is gonna end badly for Estonian women grandmaster Narva May. Yeah, I don't see any chances. On the other hand, black is in a time trouble, and of course the game will continue. So yeah, we see this one. Maybe it's a draw already because the transmission stuck. Do we have a camera on the second board? Yeah, they made a draw. Okay, so probably Gunay Mazada played normal moves, or Jelena Danielian understood there is no chance. Of course, it's a draw. I think she could play on a little bit. It's unpleasant for black, but only a little bit, yeah. I can also imagine white to have some trouble. For example, after king f6, e5, and the king goes to g5, but no. This is just a draw, but I'm a little bit surprised that the game did not continue. Maybe Jelena Danielian understood that there is not a big chance to win, and she's already tired, and we still have the last round, right? Tomorrow, and it's played from... It starts at 1 p.m. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. we start earlier tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central European Summertime. And it means that our commentary starts at 1:15. It will be done by Tomáš Polák. My big thanks to him that he agreed to be your host during the last round. And he was supposed to be joined by David Navarra, our best player. But I got message from David that he actually was able to get into the final for the qualification for the Fischer Random Chess World Championship, and sorry, I have a lot of she during this commentary. He will be playing a match against Matthias Bluebaum tomorrow, trying to get into this World Championship final. So it's played on chess.com, and I'm very happy for David. I hope he will win tomorrow. The sad part is that he will be not doing the commentary. But Tomáš Polák is a grandmaster, and he is a perfect host, and he will make it. So that's tomorrow. For today, we are still continuing the commentary, but since we know that this game ended in a draw, I will look at the standings and I will update the results there. And you can see together with me that only the board number 3 and board number 16, where Teresa is playing, are still in progress currently. Anička Lhotská won. That's board number 39. We saw that game. Also, so congratulations to Anička. She has 5 points, and it's a good result. Teresa is still playing, and also we have this game between Ina Kapunenko and Ulvia Fatalieva. We will wait for this one for the end of our commentary today. Congratulations also to Anna Ushenina. She won, and she has 7 points. Also as Elina Rebers, Irina Bulmaga, all of them very strong players. And yeah, it will be a very nice final round. You know, this Swiss system is sometimes connected with luck, you know. You need some luck to have good pairings, not to get 2 blacks in the last 2 rounds. And yeah, but after all, it is about the quality of games and quality of chess. But you also need some luck connected with the pairings and with your opponents, that your opponents sometimes make a blunder. And that's why I think that some luck is needed to win such a big open like this. So far, Monika Sočko has the biggest chance. And of course, there was some luck in her game because Gulnar Mamadova, I don't know how to say it. She was too fast today. She was thinking like she will win without any issues, but then it completely turned around. And then it ended in a draw. Nana Zagnidze won today, the top seed. She has 6.5, so if she wins tomorrow, she will also get to some nice places. And the reigning champion, Jelena Danielyan, is 7 points, so still some chance they are together with her Armenian colleagues. Lilith Mrchkian has 7.5. So yeah, it will be a nice round tomorrow. We will see, but now let's return to the games. So we have a draw already. So Jelena Danielyan offered a draw. Okay, interesting choice. It's a draw, I know, but I was expecting her to push a little bit, but maybe she evaluated the position like this h5 pawn is only weak, and yeah, it's a draw. Ina Kapunenko is winning, but she is in a time trouble, and she didn't play this a6, a7 line, which we analyzed. I told you it's difficult. And instead, she played knight c3, which is an understandable decision, right? Knight c3. She wants to go knight d5. So black organized a counterplay against h5 pawn, and white took the f6 pawn, which I think it's a good exchange for white. And still, we still have this plan of going to a7 and win this pawn. And it's still winning. So, yeah, I do like this decision. I think knight g8 is another idea. And that's why I would expect maybe this one. I don't know. Going into pawn game like that, but it should be lost for black, no? But I just wanted to cover this pawn, because then I can play h5 and knight e7 is not such a deadly threat. I'm a little bit worried that this is possible. I wanted to have some counterplay, but I'm too slow, right? This is winning for white. So bishop g4 is not possible. That's what she is calculating, I think, right now. But that's a problem, because otherwise... Oh, bishop f7, yeah, that's the possibility. I will cover this square. So bishop f7 is going to happen, I think. But then a6, and yeah. White will win this one. What do we have? We have bishop e2 on the board. Ah, okay. She wants to block a6 square, but then after knight g8 she is losing another pawn, and I think that's it. Maybe she wants to gain some counterplay by playing king d7. That's clever. Yeah, Ulvia Fatalieva showed us yesterday that she has some defensive skills, right? She made a draw against Monika Sochko in a rook in game. And I think her idea is to play king e6, which is a very nice idea. I like this very much. But sadly for her, it's still lost. I don't see any big issues here. Just one simple variation. I go here. Okay, we have knight d5 on the board, so it's not necessary to analyze. I think she was afraid of this line because the knight is a little bit trapped here. And if I play this line, it's not that easy to calculate. Right? There are some small chances for black to hold this one, but maybe not, right? If you go here, I go a6, you take, I go here, you play this, I go here, and I win the game. Bishop is not that strong to stop these pawns. But okay, I can fully understand that this didn't happen. And instead of knight g8, she played knight d5, which is also good. I like this decision. Nina Gapunenko has a good in-game technique. Now it's not necessary to calculate anything, and I think she will win the game. We will return to this one later because I want to check what Teresa is doing. It seems that she's winning the game. Oh my. Rook de4 happened, so white played it correctly. But still it's unpleasant. I know computer is showing 0, 0, 0, but I wouldn't want to be white in this game. And I don't like this rook e3 move, no. It only helps black. Bishop d4 is correct, that's for sure. She didn't want to... Oh, she was afraid of... No. She was afraid of rook h3. I missed this one. I just wanted to say that, I don't know, this one is good, but I missed this move. Oh my. This position is tough. Luckily for me, and that's maybe what white overlooked, I have this one. I move my king and I go here and it's a draw. Well, that's a tough position. Yeah, but after bishop d4, rook h3 immediately, I have to play f3. Oh my, that's I don't like. But then I may have this a6 move. Okay, difficult in game, better for black, and again, white didn't handle the pressure. You can see how active black pieces are. And I think our girl is going to win. Oh, that's great. That's great. Winning against Giovanna Rapport, it's very good. Yeah, Teresa won yesterday against Victoria Radeva. It was a very nice combination, and if she wins today, it's a very good achievement. It's still not finished, of course, so we need to be careful. But when I see this position after rook takes a5, I mean, black is not a pawn up actually, because white has this pawn on f4, but we have much better bishop, we have much better king, and we have much better rook. And I think from that, it is clear that black's position must be very close to winning. All our pieces are better than its counterparts. Black has a dominating position, white has no counterplay. So I think this is going to be a win for black. It's not a win yet. The game is still in progress. And what do we have in the game of Ina Gaponenko against Ulvia Fatalieva? Maybe we can see the camera, but the girls are still there. They are still there. So Ulvia is still fighting against Ina Gaponenko. Positions lost, but we still do not have the results, so we will stay here and we will watch this in game. Yeah. They are fighting very hard. It's already 5 hours of play, so they must be tired. But this girl from Azerbaijan playing with black on the right side, she has very good defensive skills. I would resign many times in the position like what she had yesterday and also what she has today. This is terrible, right? I would probably resign with black a long time ago. But that's not how we win points. It's actually still a game. And what do we have on the board? Ah, okay, we still see that the game is continuing. And on the board we have knight g8, which attacks the pawn on h6. And the problem for black is that he has weak pawns on the king side. That's one problem. And also there is a distance passed pawn on the a file, which causes black a headache. And she can't go after this pawn, because then I would go king c6 and I will take this pawn and move the king to e5 and the position would be winning for white. But honestly, from human's perspective, I know h5 is going to happen, but from human points of perspective, it's not that easy. Of course, we are worried to lose this pawn, but it's important to realize that then my king would get to e5 and the position is going to be winning. For example, I'm expecting knight e7 now, and then king a6 is a possibility. And of course I can play knight c6 here, but I think going into this, we see knight h6 is on the board. Okay, we will get to that later. But I think this was a possibility. I'm thinking if I have some better move, but let's play it, right? Let's play it like this. I really do believe in my chances, but we will have a try. It's not that clear after all. I really do like black's defensive skills. It's amazing. But here, I'm a little bit worried that I will win this position. I go here. What do you have? I go f5. But okay, yeah. You can't allow me to go f6 because then f7. But you can take this one and play king g4. I actually made a draw in a similar way in one of my games. Decent games can be tricky, but here it's not tricky because I use a Zugzwang. But as you can see, it can be quite tricky. So I think white is looking for a better way to win this game, but for example, computer is showing like +10 in this position, and he agrees with me that king c6 is winning, so I'm happy that I'm not saying nonsenses, but I can fully understand why Ina Gaponenko wanted to find a better way. On the other hand, sometimes you just need to calculate something. And the computer is showing exactly the way. This one is the best line according to the computer, so I'm not that stupid after all. But I can understand that white was not sure, and in a time trouble she played knight h6, creating a small threat of maybe going into the pawn in game, but of course bishop h3 happened. Yeah. But sometimes we really need to calculate something. And we see another miracle here. Hey, this girl, I mean, she has some... I don't know if she hypnotized her opponents in the last 2 rounds, but this is amazing. I mean, this in-game was totally lost, but somehow she was able to defend it again. This is crazy. I love this girl. It's amazing defensive skills. You can say it was lucky that Ina Gaponenko didn't hold this line. I told you about this king c6 and all this stuff. You can say she was lucky, but it's not only about luck. Because these ways I told you about, and for example, this was this a6 move I would like to make. And this is, I think, the best chance for white, because h5 is still on the board, so we can use it as another bait, and in the meantime we will take everything. So we analyzed this during our broadcast, and I think that was the best way, because what we have on the board, it's something similar, but white is not attacking this pawn. And come on, this king is running, so if we have this king d6, which will happen on the board, and then king c4, the king is running, and how do you gonna win this position? I play king d3, and you need to lose another tempo for playing knight h6, I think. I think we will see this on the board. Then it's different, because I go here, and I go here. Right? And I have an extra tempo compared to the variation we analyzed, and this is a lot. Because now you have nothing. After knight g7 and knight takes h5, you can play on, of course. But I can draw this in-game, even without this king, with my king on a1. This is a draw. The rule here is, with bishop against the knight, that you need at least 5 squares on the shorter diagonal. This is the rule to remember, and then you draw without the king. And that's exactly the position here. I have 6 squares, so this is one of the basic knowledge I learned from Dvoretsky's in-game manual. That's actually the book everybody should study, but it's quite difficult. So I recommend it for every player above 2200. If you want to improve your chess skills, learn Dvoretsky in-game manual. And please don't give up with stuff. But usually when something is tough, but with high quality, you can learn something from this. And exactly this is the case with this in-game manual. So I know for sure that this is a draw. It helps me to evaluate all of this stuff. And I can understand we have king d3 on the board, and I can understand that Ina is going to be very sad now. But she can dig up an amazing chance that computer shows us. King f6. Oh my, this is fun. And she's going to have king g5. And then she's going to defend this square with the king. Chess is such a rich game. Unbelievable. Yeah. Chess is such a rich game. So the fight can continue. Yeah, she found this. She found this because that's the only chance. So she's going to fight. But yeah, for this, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna wait for another 50 moves. It's gonna be a long in game. But we'll see if we get there. Because what I'm talking about is that this position is objectively drawish. We do have king e3 on the board because it's 2 against 2. But still black is under some pressure because these pawns are on light squares. For example, I can imagine white knight jumping to take the pawn on h5. I will show you. That's why bishop g2 is the right way to go. It's a difficult move to make. So yeah, maybe it will not take 50 moves because I think after all it's still very difficult for black. But with these amazing defensive skills, I think she's gonna make it, right, and hold the draw. The point is, what I'm saying, is that white is supposed to attack this h5 pawn, and black is supposed to let it go. Playing like something. We let go this pawn and we play this in-game, and it will take a long time. It's a draw, objectively, because it's just 2 against 1. And white can never play king g5 because of the g3 pawn. And again, an in-game like, I don't know, I'll show you, like this. This is a draw again with the bishop. So there is no way for white, objectively, to win this game. But of course she is going to try. At first she is going to take this pawn with the knight. We can't exchange the bishop there because after king takes h5, king takes g3, there is king g5 winning a pawn in game. So I have to let it go. I have to play an in-game like that. And of course white is going to try for a win here. And I think she has some chances because it's a practical human game. Objectively, it's a draw. Well, I can't be so sure, but the computer is. So, yeah, but yeah, I would also evaluate it as a draw in my own game. But I can understand that this is going to be a long fight, and maybe black will make an error even sooner, because now she realizes that king f2 is not that useful. So she played bishop g4. And that's actually something I would not do. What is the bishop doing there? There is a high probability of knight h6, and I don't know. I don't like pawn in games here. So yeah, but maybe it would be the same, right? I just wait, and then I wait again. And actually you can't go into this in-game because then it's a draw. I take the pawn. So instead of going into this in-game, you would play knight g8 and we have the same position because you are going to take my pawn on h5. And I will show you a simple variation like this. And now I'm not going to take the knight because that would be a bad position. But instead of taking the knight, I'm going to play, I don't know, king g2. And we have reached the same in-game I was talking about. And yeah, this will take a long time. We have bishop g4 on the board. So I will briefly check Teresa if she was able to win this. And she is still playing, but this position is winning. And it's, I think, relatively easy. Because these pawns are running d4 and what? Yeah, we see d4 on the board. And I think we can play d3, no? Rook e2 and rook a2, finishing the game. There is still rook c3 check though, I overlooked that. And this one, but I can go d2 then. No, okay, yeah, this is not that clear. And bishop g4 happened in the game, which I don't like, because then king e4 is a possibility. I think covering this pawn was not wise. It was more important to push our pawns. But this is very difficult in game. So, yeah, Now I wait here for a little bit because, for example, I would go king d5, but it's apparently a mistake because of d3. So white needs to stay a little bit passive, and she moved her king in front of these pawns, which is actually good. And now they can even be weak because c5 is under attack, and I don't believe this one. And if we move back to the game of Inagaponenko, we do have some moves, but yeah, sadly for white, we are gonna end in this in-game that is going to be played for a long time. So I wish good luck to Teresa, and we will end the commentary with a look on the camera. Yeah, they are still there, still playing. The camera is live. We have the transmission of the moves 15-minute delayed, but we can see that even after 15 minutes they are there, and I think they will be there for a long time. Ina is trying to win this position with pawns on one side, and I think you can see from the facial expression of a young Azerbaijani player, Ulvia Fatali, about it. Okay, come on, give me a draw, give me a draw. I know this is a draw. I know this is a draw. What are you trying to do? But of course, Ina is going to try, and they will play, I guess for 50 moves. But of course, this is some sort of a fortress, and I don't see any way for white to win this. So I thank you for watching today's commentary. I very much enjoyed it, and just to remind you, tomorrow we have the round from 1 p.m. So the commentary starts approximately at 1:15, and the host will be the Grandmaster Tomáš Polák, the captain of our Czech women's team. So yeah, I will watch the commentary. I thank Tomáš that he agreed to help me. I am happy. So thank you for watching. Have a nice evening, and the rest of you may watch the end of this long game between Inagaponenko and Ulvia Fatalieva. I'm looking forward for tomorrow's round because I think it will be a very interesting round and a decent way to end this championship here in the Hotel Don Giovanni in Prague. Thank you for watching, and have a nice evening. Bye.